Good morning. Due to COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted virtually through WebEx Webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx Webinar, which is moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing can watch on YouTube. Participants who registered in advance will connect to the hearing by phone or with a compatible electronic device and have the option of participating via video or audio only. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Please mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when their item is heard. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx Webinar who can be seen and heard are Peter Reid and Larry Clay. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must submit a written request by email. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government recently amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. As of November 28, 2022, the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised, to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any minutes that need to be adopted?
Good morning, Madam. Chair and panel members, no, there are no minutes for adoption today.
Okay, are there any declarations of interest, panel members or staff? No? Are there any files to be closed?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, there are no files to be closed.
Deferral requests this morning?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, there are no deferral requests this morning.
Okay, thank you. All right, the first item is item number 152, Roxborough Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report prepared by Davy Resource Group, and an order to comply affecting the subject property. We have email correspondence from the planner, development, planning and permits, development and engineering services. We have forestry are asking for condition number 1. Ravine and natural feature protection had advisory comments. TRCA are okay, and Heritage is asking for their standard condition. We have correspondence in opposition from 65, 57, 64, 51, 50, 55, 58, 62, and 53 Roxborough Drive. And we have a summary of the virtual meeting that was held between the agent and owners or occupants of 50, 53, 62, and 65 Roxborough Drive. Okay. And we have all the speakers, I understand? Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Andre, you've been unmuted.
Andre?
Andre, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Golovnia? You there? Okay. Mr. Golovnia, are you there?
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. We have opposition speakers, and if you can just identify yourself for the record, and then you have 5 minutes. We need a presentation from you, no more than 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Andrei Golovnia. I'm agent of 52 Roxborough Drive. I'm representing owner on his behalf, and also I'm leading design of this project. So, like, if you're asking, like, yeah, for 2 items at this hearing, one of the point like this that I would like to mention, like, we worked with TRCA, Heritage, and the Ravine departments to satisfy all requirements and by law. Like, yeah, front setback that we asking is like, yeah, on this side, like, of the street, yeah, because, like, we calculating based, like, on average between the buildings. But if you're gonna take a look on opposite side, I would say, like, yeah, we have, like, much less setbacks, like, from opposite side of the street. Also, I would like to mention that this residence, like, is developing not for flipping, is developing for a multi-generation home. So I would say, like, it's important to mention. also, one of the things like I get a chance to work with neighbors and discuss their concerns. Most of the items we discuss in proper way, and I would say I provide my knowledge, my best understanding, and how we dealt with this project. So only one item that I would say concerns left concern on neighbor side it was to leave the trees beside of the addition at the front. I try to get resolution with arborist team, so we try to find option, but based on their consulting, they weren't able to provide any solution in order to get this garage space. I would like to mention that this residence and all project is about to get parking space. It's nice area, it's a nice neighborhood, and this house is getting a little bit out of market because we don't have any parking space here. And as you probably you noted, it's a little bit a sloped road, and there is no way in to park on the street. So I would say I know they're gonna be a neighbor that gonna provide their opinion, and I will be glad to answer any questions and any clarifications.
I just have one quick question. Did you provide TRCA with
Yep.
the updated engineering letter? That they were asking for?
Not yet, but it's gonna be provided for their permit. So we have run a calculation, everything is working, but we didn't get a chance to provide the letter. But I actually it was provided, but we just have to reformat it in a little bit a different way. So, but we can right now confirm that there is no any issue.
Okay, panel members, do you have questions before we go to the opposition? Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question on the order to comply. I get the mechanical issue, but have you been starting doing interior renovations? Is that why you were trying to remove the chimney?
Yeah, actually, this house was for a while without any work, and owner wanted to do some cosmetic. I didn't know about it, but the Cal owner he wanted to do some cosmetic to prepare for renovation, general renovation for addition. So that's why they start to do some work, and city came and provide orders to comply.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the opposition, and then we'll have you back, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Can we go in order of the sheet? Thanks.
Penny, you've been unmuted.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Penny Kendall Reed, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. We live at 50 Roxborough Drive, which is the house immediately to the west of the property. We fully respect the owner's wish to renovate this property. I mean, it's been uninhabited and largely derelict for the past few years, so it's actually nice to see some work being done on it. But there are a couple of issues that we have. One is that the proposed extension is really larger. It's about 55% larger. And this is going to come at a loss to 5 large mature trees that are actually over 40, I believe it's 46 centimeters in diameter. It's also going to come at a damage to 7 other trees and a lot of excavation into the ravine soil adjacent to our property. And the tree removal and the damage is something that we feel really strongly about. One, in terms of preservation of the trees, because that's such a defining feature of our street, but also with respect to transform TO and its goal of net zero environmental goals. One of the big things is actually growing and preserving trees on privately owned lands. But with respect to variance number 1 and the below grade garage, again, I fully understand wanting a driveway and a garage, but this will certainly impact the removal and damage of the existing mature trees and the soil. And our concern is the instability of the ravine and the damage to our house, the damage to our driveway and our garage right there. In addition, Roxborough Drive is at significant flood risk because we are at the bottom of a hill. And we're concerned about this risk with increased excavation and tree removal and the loss of the absorbent ground area. So we would request a hydrogeological structural integrity report detailing the safety of the proposed excavation and what might be done to mitigate the ground shift and the water runoff and potential damage to our property. We do also have, as mentioned, an issue with variance number 2, which relates to the overall size of the proposed building. We just feel that the size and the footprint of the extension overwhelms the house and the garden. As mentioned, it is about 55% increased in size. And this will take out a lot of those trees. We would feel that a modification to the extension that reduces its dimensions and maybe increases its rear setback away from the affected trees would allow for preservation of some of those trees, as well as significantly decreasing the impact it has on the environment. We would also request a construction management plan in terms of how they'll deal with the large amounts of soil and construction debris so that they don't clog up the 6 catch basins that are adjacent to 50, 51, 52, and 53. Again, as mentioned, we are the lowest point of the street, and it's that having these catch basins clear is vital to us not flooding. And prior construction on the street has blocked them before, and it's very, very difficult to get those cleared out. So those are sort of our major issues that we have.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Okay, we have no further questions. Thank you very much. If I could have the next speaker.
Dune, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hello?
Hi, before you start, do you have something running in the background, TV, another device? Because it's got a lot of echo coming through.
I'm on the phone. I'm watching you on the screen.
Right,
Is that
so,
better?
yeah, if you can either mute it or, turn it off, then that would be great. That'll get rid of the echo in the background.
Hopefully that's better.
Yeah, much better. So if I could have you state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
My name is Dune Esty. I live across the street. I'm at 53 Roxborough. And I just wanted to say that I completely agreed with everything that Penny said. We're across the street, and we're a little bit lower, just where the ravine is. And we just did a renovation, and so we understand all the issues and why you need to manage the trees. But we do think that Penny and her husband Steve are making great points, and so we hope the committee, excuse me, takes that all into consideration. And I don't need any more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. If I could have the next speaker.
What?
You've not mentioned station on our, we had no permit, so I just don't.
Claire, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Excuse me. Thank you. My name is Claire Balfour. Excuse me again. Sorry, my name is Claire Balfour. My wife and I live at 65 Roxborough Drive, which is across the street from the subject residence and a bit up the hill. We too did a renovation a number of years ago. We did not change the footprint of the house that we had purchased. So we certainly understand the wish to renovate number 52. It has been, as Ms. Reed mentioned, it's been vacant for some time. This committee may not feel that trees are really its mandate, preservation of trees, but I would urge it to consider the big picture. Issues of climate change, sustainability, and property values. This is a treed area. That's a dominant feature, as it is of many ravines in Toronto, perhaps all the ravines. We all know that climate change is producing more storms, more violent storms, more water, more runoff. Trees are a first line of defense against this, so they have a value in addition to their beauty and aesthetic values. It's not just what it looks like, it's how it performs. In our own case, we live beside another construction site on the street where our property has been damaged by the excavation. We would not wish that to happen to the Reeds, who are immediately beside this addition. So my wife and I also would support everything that Ms. Reed has described in her first presentation. And we would urge the committee to consider the points made earlier, reduce the size of the addition in order to preserve those trees. They do have value, and frankly, they affect the property values of all the rest of us on the street. This is part of the characteristic of this street. Thank you, and hope the committee will take these matters into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thanks again. If I could have the final speaker, please.
They are no longer on the line.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Golovnia.
Andre, you've been unmuted.
Yes, yeah.
So can you please speak to the issues raised, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, yeah, I heard very carefully, and I'm familiar with all this concern that was raised up. I would like yet to say about clogging of cage basin. There is a sediment control plan. So basically, this sediment control plan is protecting cage basin clogging, and there is some measurements that has to be taken in order to make it properly. So I would say with some kind of erosion things they're not going to be an issue. Another thing that I hear is stability of the soil. As we working, we work with TRCA. I would say for pretty reasonable time. There was back and forth to find solution, and we have site setbacks that provide safe excavation measures. So we even this discussion with TRCA, we aware that there is at the backyard and it's area under protection of TRCA, but in general terms we make our design in order to definitely first of all to have it safe without any negative effect especially to neighbors. Other thing that we have regards tree, I understand that this tree is valuable to neighbors, and it's good to have them. It's valuable points that was mentioned by neighbors. But one of the things it looks like on our property we have highest density of the trees. So at the back we have a lot of trees. And definitely there's going to be some planting landscaping plan. So we understand how important this privacy is, and I would say along the property, we're gonna get some nice landscaping trees, like to support this privacy and to make it as a green area. So I went like a couple times, like on Roxborough Drive. I went up and down, was like thinking about like how to make it work. It just the main part for this project it is to get parking space. So that's why it was one of the best solutions. There was like a bit of changes like on heritage side that we have to satisfy. We made a bit of changes with the RCA to make it work. And as mentioned, we wanted to kind of save this tree on the side, but there is no way in order to have this garage to save the trees, because one of the advice that was provided by arborist team is to have it on helicap foundation, but in that case we won't be able to have garage space. So and that's why I didn't mention at the beginning because it's not solution. It's not about addition, it's more about parking space. What else? Regards grading and stability of the soil, we're dealing with this in order. Actually, one of the things, I'm a civil engineer and I leading this project. I aware about all this issue, and on my side, there is all this responsibility. And when we approach a design, we consider all these safety matters. So I hope I didn't miss anything. So I capture main point. If you would need any clarification, please let me know.
Panel members, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions. You had submitted some minutes, I guess, of a Zoom call you had with the neighbors, and it looked like you had tried to, and you can't resolve everything, but you had tried to make some adjustments. So did you make any changes?
Actually,
particularly there was one suggestion about reconfiguring the driveway a little bit. So have you done anything in relation to that Zoom call?
There was no any changes. So because when we work with arborists, per our discussion with neighbors, I thought there gonna be some kind of way because he was considering probably hand dig, air dig from arborist side and to do it under supervision to save the trees. But when I spoke to arborist, he said Andre, so in order to get it, even you change configuration, you won't be able to change it dramatically, and whatever we're gonna do, we cannot, because one of the options that I discussed with neighbor that I saw, we can shrink a garage, so there was a space to shrink little bit garage, and I provided arborist this feedback if you're gonna shrink it, can we save trees? Arborist said no, we cannot. And another item, when we discussed about configuration of driveway, I said if you're gonna change your driveway slightly, can we save the tree? And he said again no, it's gonna affect anyway roots, and that's why no any modification was made.
Okay, and I'm just looking at your site plan. So you know one of the two variances you're requesting is front yard setback, and I'm just looking at the site plan. It looks to me like the existing building is already within the setback, or wouldn't comply with the existing bylaw. So there's an existing condition with the existing building?
Yes, sir. So it's correct. So we kind of stay in line with the existing building. Yeah.
Yeah, and lastly, you note that there's going to be a paved driveway there, and a lot of the people that called in, Ms. Kendall Reed particularly, talked about rainfall and how water might get discharged. Are you planning to do an asphalt driveway there?
I would say it would be the easiest way, but if you think in your opinion we can go with permeable materials. we can go like with interlock to slow it down, but per grading design, like we consider all these items and velocity of the stormwater.
Yeah, I think at a minimum, we'd want to have some permeable material for that driveway.
Yeah, I would say like it's going to be acceptable for us.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair. I'll start this one. First of all, I want to thank all the folks that called in. Ms. Kendall Reed particularly was very thoughtful in her comments. But what we have before us is really only two very minor variance requests, and the slope of the driveway is extremely minor, and the setback provision is kind of similar to the existing building, so it's almost an existing condition. I think this has had discussion with forestry, and forestry has weighed in a little bit, but they haven't recommended total refusal of this one. So I think this is a reasonable proposal. It's a modest proposal. I appreciate that there's going to be some loss of trees, but the fact that they've consulted with forestry gives me a little bit of comfort on that side. Subject to what Peter thinks, I think this is a supportable application. I would move approval of this application subject to forestry condition number 1. Heritage has added some conditions as well, and I think maybe we should just tie it to plans just because of the nature of the proposal and where it is. I think it would be helpful to tie the approval to plans.
How about a condition for permeable pavers for the driveway?
Thank you, Chair. And finally, that the driveway be constructed of permeable pavers.
Okay. Mr. Reed, did you want to add anything or?
No, Larry covered it. I'm in agreement with his position, so I will second that motion.
Okay, so the motion before us is to approve the application, including forestry condition number 1, the February 8th Heritage Report, tying it to the plans, as well as a condition for permeable materials for the driveway. Moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for your input. Okay, the second item is 50 McGee Street. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the February 9th public hearing, as well as materials submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, another revised site plan with floor plans and elevations received February 8th, as well as a zoning waiver received the same day. Photograph of the rear yard of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, presentation materials, which include red line plans as well as a red line public notice from the agent. We also have correspondence from the agent in response to community planning, correspondence from bicycle properties on behalf of the owner in response to correspondence in opposition, presentation materials received in our supplemental agenda last night from the agent, as well as email correspondence from planning, and they're asking for condition. And we have correspondence in support from, I don't have an address for one person on McGee, 43 Empire, again, not a full address for someone on Booth, another one on McGee, and Empire without full address, and 71 Empire. We have opposition from 54, 57, 45, no number given for 2 people, 33, 59, 60, 23, 27, 67, 63, 49, 14, 47, 71, 55, and 89 McGee. We have 2 people who didn't give us a street address at all, as well as 54 Empire. And I'm not sure how many speakers we have, but I think we have quite a few speakers. I think, how many do we have? About at least 10. So if I can just have the agent after you see how many we've got. Okay, we have 13 speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good morning, Jeffrey Moot, Principal Moot Architect.
Hi, Mr. Moot. You've got a lot of opposition here. I know you had a deferral before. Before we even go any further, are you considering a deferral at all with the amount of opposition you've got still?
We would prefer for the committee to review the materials and provide decision today, if possible.
Okay. Fair enough. So if I can just have you identify yourself for the record, and then you'll have no more than 5 minutes to do a presentation.
Jeffrey Moot, Principal Moot Architect, agent on behalf of the owners of 50 McGee. I would like to quickly recognize the many neighbors that are registered here today in opposition. We do appreciate them taking the time. It speaks to the overall pride that is felt amongst the community. To that, I would just like to say that as a design and development team, we are attempting to consider the many perspectives equally. Designing this building is not a responsibility that we take lightly. This presentation will clarify our intentions and decisions as we aim to uphold the collective interest in building a healthy Toronto. Please note that we are presenting two files here being heard together. The first is a small angular plane variance requested for the rear garden suite. The second is a multi-unit building proposed for the front portion of the lot. A building permit has now been obtained for the garden suite. Please reference the zoning waiver dated February 7th. This waiver outlines the 5 variances that are being considered today. This list has been updated to reflect the latest discussions and concessions made over the past few weeks. The slideshow detailing our planning rationale has been uploaded to the AIC. Perhaps we could put the slideshow on the screen, please, starting with slide 2. Do we have that material? It's titled CA Supporting Material in the AIC.
Did you send it in late? 'Cause I don't
No,
know.
well, it was in last week.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to figure out if it's in the supplemental or the regular agenda.
It's dated February 9th, 2023, and that's the one there. Perfect.
Present, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That slide is a great place to start. Thank you. We're proposing a 4-story residential building plus mechanical penthouse, which at least begins to address the scale of missing middle housing. Per that slide number 2, it is situated amongst a mix of commercial style buildings along the west side of McGee, hoping to provide 8 quality purpose-built rental units in a city that is in desperate need of rental stock. We have worked closely with transportation services, urban design, community planning, and urban forestry, all of which are in support of the file. No TRCA clearance required here. If we can sit on slide 3 and slide 4, which speak to transportation. To be clear, this project is not requesting any variances pertaining to parking. We have met the parking requirements set out in the municipal bylaw. Having said that, it is important to note that the site is located 100 meters from the new Ontario Line station. NTTC options are plenty along Queen Street and Eastern Avenue. Slide 3 provides a key map showing the general layout of the Ontario Line tracks as they cross the city. While slide 4 shows the tracks running along the back fence of the subject property, as well as the transit station due just north. We understand that there are challenges surrounding parking allotments along the east side of McGee Street, as with many streets in this neighborhood. We are sympathetic to that, while our belief is that transit-supported housing, such as this, will ease the strain moving forward. If we could flip to slide 6 through 11, little photo montage, speaks to the prevailing character of the street. Regarding the general fit of the proposed building, our strong feeling here is that the prevailing architectural identity and character of the street exists in its diversity. The street enjoys a beautiful mix of commercial and residential programming and styles. We believe that this building would integrate harmoniously. Next up, slide 12, please. Speaks to the proposed FSI specifically. Per the previous slides, the surrounding commercial buildings are often rectangular masonry block brick style buildings, which carry employment zone designation, which allows them to construct up to 2 times FSI, which is well above the 1.48 times density being requested. Moreover, across the street, we see examples of 1.27, 1.29, 1.30, for example, for single-family dwellings. Our request here is 1.48 times, which will provide rental housing for multiple families. Slides 13 through 15, please, speaks to the height of the proposed building. We are requesting an overage to the 12-meter as-of-right height. For slide 13, we have provided a 1.5 meter step back at the 3rd level in order to soften the impact of the front facade. The mechanical penthouse is also set back such that it will not be visible from the street. That diagonal blue line demonstrates the sight line from the street. The penthouse steps back at a height of 13.79 meters, which is only 1.79 meters above the as-of-right building height along the street.
Mr. Moot, you're over 5 minutes. I'll give you another 30 seconds or so, okay?
Perfect. I'll take it. Thank you. We believe that this is a modest ask, considering the benefit of including 2 additional dwelling units on that level. There are several existing single-family dwellings measured at 12 meters, as well as the neighboring 3-unit dwelling to the north, which is just over 12 meters. Slide 16 demonstrates the proposed depth in relation to its surroundings. Hopefully that slide is clear. The rear wall aligns with the neighboring building to the north, while the neighbor to the south is much deeper. In conclusion, we have proposed a building which, according to our research and discussions, absolutely meets the city's stated urban planning goals of adding gentle density through modest scaled, multi-unit, public transit supported housing. With this proposed gentle density comes even greater support for local small businesses, community initiatives that are critical to the health of our community.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off because you're at 6 minutes, 10 seconds, but we will have you back for questions. Yep.
Through you, Madam Chair. Can Mr. Moot please, I'm going to ask the presenter to show the notice, the revised notice. If Mr. Moot can just go through the variances that are being revised from the waiver form.
I missed that. I even have it written down here. Sorry about that. So
No worries.
variance number 2, I think you need to amend it. And variance number 4.
So I believe on the notice, so the presenter, can you please post the agenda? Show the revised, yes. Based on this, if Mr. Moot, variance number 4 would be amended that the altered building will be located 1 meter from the side north lot line and 0 meters from the side south lot line.
That is correct.
Right, and then variance number 5.
Number 2.
Well, number 5, which talks about a minimum of 2 visitor parking spaces is required. That variance would be deleted altogether. And
That
that's
is correct.
shown on the screen right now. So if you can confirm that those are the two revisions?
What about number 2? Doesn't it go to 16.56? Or did I miss something?
No, that is correct. Number 2,
Yeah.
16.56.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 4, 1.0 meters increased. Number 5 removed entirely,
Okay.
and we're up to date. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Moot, we'll have you back after I hear from the opposition.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Stephanie, you've been unmuted.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am first up, but I assume that the majority of the speakers will probably cover the majority of the same points. So apologies in advance, but this proposal put the entire street on their back feet, I have to say. I'm a person who grew up in Midtown, and when I decided to live in the downtown area, I was very much drawn to the McGee Street because it has quite a mix of architecture to it. I myself live in a Victorian that dates back to 1854 It's unfortunate that Mr. Moot showed you those slides because they are the worst of the worst on the street. The street has a lovely parquet that families play in. There are many, many old Victorians of great character that have been renovated sympathetically over the years. And I guess what you're going to hear as a gestalt from everyone today is that the way in that this developer has taken seems entirely irresponsible and unsympathetic to the nature of the street. Unfortunately for them, I believe them to be the linchpin of the street in the sense that the very worst of the street, the commercial buildings, if you will, that were done in the days when really not a lot of eyes were on the East End, eventually are going to be turned over. And they exist majority on the west side of the street. And in so doing, this development is the first of what I think will be many, and I think needs to take responsibility for sympathetic development in the sense that it should not be as dense as it is being proposed right now. I think that it really undermines the character of the street. We are all in favor of progress and development, and we're all in favor of rental accommodation for people who cannot buy. That is a good thing for the city. But, I did have discussions with a developer, and he pretty much explained to me that he had to do this number of units to be able to make profit out of the development. And I don't think that the residents of McGee or Leslieville, for that matter, should be looking after the profit of the developers. I think they knowingly bought a property at a high price. And I think we just should be a little bit more sympathetic and responsible and moderate in our approach. None of us are against a multi-unit building, but we are against the density of it. And frankly, there's been an intent from the beginning to mislead both the city, the neighborhood, and the neighbors in their approach. They started with a garden suite proposal. It was never going to be just a garden suite proposal. Then they started with a cover letter that said it was a 6-unit building when clearly it was an 8-unit building. There's been a lot of duplicity, and not on which, with Mr. Moot presenting the slide that depicts the street as a commercial zone. That street is not like that. If anyone walks down and sees the character of the street on the other side, they'll see a plentiful amount of old Victorian homes. So I guess I implore the city to please consider the density of this development. We can get caught up in height relativity. It's really not about that. I think at some point we have to be a bit more responsible and moderate because precedent will be set, and there are many others to come on this street. And it would be very, very unfortunate if the charm and nature of the street is forever gone.
Before you go, can you just give us your name and address for the record? I don't think I got the address at the beginning.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. It is Stephanie Houghton, and my address is 57 McGee Street.
All right, thanks. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thanks a lot, Stephanie.
David, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Mr. Hanna, if you're there, because we don't hear you right now. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. We'll try you again, Mr. Hanna.
Gregory, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Hood. Hi. Hi. If I could ask you to state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Well, certainly. It is Greg Hood at 27 McGee Street, along with my wife, Anna Stogby.
Go ahead.
We would just like to reiterate much of what Stephanie said. We have many of the same objections, and I completely agree with the fact that the pictures that were displayed are misleading to the character of the street. I myself live in a Victorian row house built in the 1890s, where there was careful restoration done to maintain its character. We do believe that, as Stephanie mentioned, this is a precedent-setting type of arrangement because there are only 3 or 4, three commercial buildings that were presented in the presentation from the developer. We do not believe that this is a factual and good representation of the street. Because if you do walk along the east side of the building of the street, you will notice many Victorian type style houses. There are some height objections, and we do also want to mention that As much we talk about the transit and the parking, there's 8 units going to be added onto this street. Parking is already at a premium because across the road at 24 McGee Street, there was renovation done for a commercial building that has significantly put pressure on the parking situation with a revised commercial building. So I won't take up any more of Camilla's time because everything else that was mentioned was as per what Stephanie said.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Hood? Thank you, sir. Going to go to the next one, I guess.
Dave, we tried to reach David again, but we were disconnected.
Okay, so let's just move on for now, and you can try maybe one more time, and that's...
Jane, you've been unmuted.
Ms. Revel? Okay, can we go to the next one? Great.
Josh, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you very much. I won't take up very much time. My name is Josh Newman. I'm at 23 McGee Street. I just would like to echo pretty much what was said by Stephanie and Gregory regarding some density concerns and very much the parking concerns. As my neighbors have stated, I'm definitely in agreement that the city needs more of the missing middle, and we do need additional rental housing. However, there's definitely some density concerns here, and you know, I understand progress is important, but we are struggling with parking as is, and this is only going to exacerbate the situation on McGee Street and on the surrounding streets where parking is becoming more and more of a problem. I had made a recommendation or a suggestion to look into. There is a sort of a section of parking that is blocked off during the day for, I guess, commercial purposes. And that I think had to do with trucks that were coming in and out of sort of a warehouse type building in its previous incarnation on the west side of the street. So that could be something that would maybe alleviate a little bit of the parking strain on McGee Street. But that is pretty much my main concern. And I thank everybody for their time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Steve, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Cozens?
Steve, can you hear us?
Okay, next one.
Jessica, you've been unmuted.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. You sound very distant.
Oh, sorry. I'll speak up. Is this better?
Yeah, much better. If you can just identify yourself for the record, and then you have no more than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, other members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So my name is Jessica Poulter. I live at 63 McGee Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as owner of the property and on behalf of my partner, Josette Garoufalis, who is co-owner of the property. So I submitted a detailed written submission via email, and so I don't want to spend too much time here. I would note that some of my number references are off because of the confusion around the number of proposals that were submitted on behalf of the owner and by the agent. It's been disappointing, as referenced by some of the other neighbors, that the process has been so confusing and at times has seemed a tad disingenuous. We've received numerous notices, some of them with inaccurate information. I responded to one right before the deadline and then received a second notice or a third notice that had different information. I would just note that prior to this, my experience has been that it's been easy to respond to these requests for variances, and this one has been very troubling. I would also note to the committee that it seems a bit odd that the expressions of support are coming from neighbors who don't live on McGee Street, not to disregard their opinions on the matter, but I would hope that the committee would make note that, you know, a number of people on McGee Street are in opposition of these particular variances, and that while it's obviously important to take everyone's views into consideration, if parties aren't living on the street, they're probably less impacted by the variances that the owner and that the agent are proposing. I would also note that we were never consulted with. I work predominantly from home. I'm around, and I think, you know, most of the neighbors know who I am. I find it strange and unfortunate that we were never consulted with in respect of these variances, given the time that's elapsed and the number of submissions that were made. We would have been happy to weigh in and to try and find a solution that's amenable to everyone. I guess last, I would echo the concerns that have already been put forth by the neighbors. The issue here is not about not supporting rental accommodation. I'm a large supporter and an enthusiastic supporter of affordable housing. I've lived in the city my entire life. I think, to Stephanie's point, this is clearly a commercial venture that is being exercised by the owner and by the agent. And so it's a bit unfortunate that they would wish to frame it and they're, you know, to frame their ask in the context of trying to be champions of affordable housing, which I think we all are. And that's not exactly what this is about. So I guess to wrap up, I'd say none of the variances that have been requested are minor. And that's what I made clear in my email submission. These aren't minor variances. When you look at the scale of what's being proposed, they're actually quite meaningful. And so I would respectfully submit that the ownership put forth a different proposal requesting minor variances, which the committee could then assess. In the alternative to that, I would note it's unclear whether a proper environmental assessment has been conducted, given the way this has played out. I suspect that the environmental documentation on site relates more to the garden suite that's also being considered, and not so much the actual building that's being proposed, although it's not entirely clear to me whether that's the case. I obviously have deep concerns around the environmental impact of any project that's significantly scaled in excess of what's already on the street. And then the last point that I'd like to make is that McGee is an absolute example, I think, of how ownership, residential properties, rental properties, and commercial properties can coexist in a way that is harmonious. And if you look at the street, as the neighbors have suggested, from a macro perspective and not just the small shots that the agent proposed today, you'll see that all of the other properties are able to operate within what seems to be the confines of what's currently allowed. And that in particular, the height proposal for this particular property is well in excess of what you see on the street, both from residential and commercial enterprise. So I would respectfully ask the committee to take this under advisement when considering this request, and to also keep in mind that this has been very confusing for the residents, given the amount of paperwork that's been circulated and the discrepancies within that paperwork.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
John, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Russo? Okay, can you go to the next one? Yeah, I'm thinking just going through the list first and then going back.
Joanna, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So Johanna Hoyt, I am an owner at 45 McGee Street, directly across from the proposed development. So thank you for your time today, and thank you to all my neighbors who have joined. Even I know some of them have some audio issues there. But I think you're getting the sense of our objection to this development. So I'm going to cover a few additional things, and I do support Stephanie had a good summary at the very beginning. First, I'd like to say, being directly across from development, we have not received any notice about this. Quite upset to learn it actually through our neighbors a little bit last minute. We weren't engaged by the developers up until my husband had submitted a letter of objection, which is the first time they approached us. So I really think they're pretty disingenuous with think they're trying to incorporate any kind of opinion or integrate into the neighborhood. When I talk about the neighborhood itself, I would say this development does not fit in line with the neighborhood, with this street, whether you're looking at the east or the west side. I would like to iterate one point. If you look at McGee Street, it is a one-way quiet street going from Queen to Eastern, so it is one block. This is not a big high development street. It is a family neighborhood. You'll see our kids, including my son, playing with their neighbors in the front yard. And this development that they're putting forth doesn't really fit with that kind of contextual piece of the neighborhood itself. Both the height of this proposed development, even with the refined, it's now over 16 and a half meters. That is, an additional third on top of any additional height on the street, which the ones that are fitting at, we're 12 meters tall, and we support developing within kind of the existing constraints or existing both height and density requirements of the neighborhood. I think what you've seen here with an 8 unit and really the full lot, if you include the garden suite being a 9 units, is just irresponsible density for that size of lot. They talk about the parking here, and they say they don't need a variance anymore because they have 2 visitor spots. What that doesn't account for is the fact that you have 9 units on this lot, and I don't think you can reasonably say that all of them are only going to take transit or bike. There are going to be additional vehicles because of that 9 units on the lot, and that will put an additional strain on an already tight parking situation on McGee Street. Additional, they keep saying that this is supposed to be, family development and family units, but I would say the proposal that they have put forward is not that. There may be a couple units here. There is no outdoor space. This is not geared towards, bringing families and accessible units to the neighborhood. This is about the developers looking to squeeze as much as they can on this lot, and it is an irresponsible proposal. And that's kind of where I'd like to just conclude. I don't think they have been responsible with not only the proposal that they have put forward here, but they have not been responsible with the interaction with the neighborhood. I think they have mischaracterized what they're putting forward in terms of what they show you for the existing character of the street, as well as the so-called concessions that they've put forward. It does not fit with the neighborhood, despite their fancy wording of some of it. And I don't think it should be approved because I don't think it should because if it would be, it would set a really irresponsible precedent for what the street is and really have a detrimental effect to the character of the neighborhood. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration today.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Panel members? No? All right, if we could go to the next speaker.
Paul, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Robinson?
Paul, can you hear us?
Okay, next one.
Yvonne and Laird, you've been unmuted.
Yes, this is Laird McMurray. My wife and I are the owners of 4648 McGee Street, which is directly beside the proposed construction. I had listened to the other presenters, and I agree with quite a number of things that they've said. We employ full-time 14 people, and we also run a rental business for the film industry on the street, and it's worked out for the over 10 years that we've been there. It's worked out quite well, and we've had zero complaints from residents there that I'm aware of. The proposed development, you know, the last presenter mentioned that really we all found out about this not from the developer. We found out about it through receiving a letter from the city. Also, I'm quite confused as to what variances they want because they seem to change every time some paperwork comes out. I'm also very, very concerned, as the other people were today, about the parking on the street. And there's no way that that particular lot can support all those units and assume that everybody has a bicycle. It's just a non-starter. There's always problems with parking on McGee Street. And there's a lot of truck traffic that comes up and down the street for the industrial businesses that are there. There are 5 companies operating on the west side from the top of the street to near the bottom of the street. So, and there's quite a bit of delivery work in and out of vehicles. So it would only exacerbate the existing issues we have with that. I also looked at the variances, and they essentially want to put a building right next to my building. So I have no information as to how that's going to affect the foundation. There's zero, basically they've said there's 0 meters from the lot line on the south side. So that is directly against my building. I know that the gas pipes come in on that side. So there's a lot of things there that that we have no understanding of what exactly is going to happen. The size of this thing is way bigger than anything on the street, and the setbacks are, all the setback asks are basically put a giant brick right on the sidewalk. So I can't support it, and I'm certainly in agreement with my neighbors on this, and would strongly recommend that somebody needs to go back to the drawing board on it. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, Mr. McMurray.
All right, thank you.
Lisa, you've been unmuted.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Lisa Dvorsky here, owner, and I live at 49 McGee Street. I just wanted to say thanks for having us today to share our thoughts and objections about the property. I think, as we can see, there is a multitude of neighbors on the street that have concerns about this proposal. So I grew up on the street, from when I was maybe 2 years old. And I remember what the street was back then, and I remember or see what it has become now. And I'm a supporter of development, in general, but within certain limits, I'd have to say, that maintains the charm of the street. To call this proposal a minor variant, I think that's quite a big bit of an understatement. And, all the folks that had in me, what they were saying, I echo their sentiments, I echo their statements, absolutely valid points that they have. It almost seems that this proposal, though, is so extreme that it's, let's throw everything on the table and see what sticks. It's a little bit excessive in that regard. To echo, the other folks there, no one reached out to us to advise us about this change in this development. We heard about it from neighbors, and I don't think that that's the best approach with such a large change to our community. With that being said, I'd also like just to reference some of the things that the agent had said in the beginning regarding this proposal. They had mentioned words of our belief is that the transit supporting housing will ease the parking situation, or our strong feelings are, or we believe that this will integrate harmoniously with the neighborhood. Well, those are great things and thoughts and feelings for people that don't live on our street. But our beliefs and our feelings of people who actually live here and own property on the street is that this is not going to integrate harmoniously. You heard what the other folks have said. This is a vast difference to what's there. And our belief and our feelings, because we live it and we see it every single day, is that there is a parking issue. And, you know, the transit supported housing, as they call it, it won't actually ease the parking situation. You have 9 units, you know, that could be single adult, it could be multi-adults living there. For us to predict that nobody is going to need cars, or, you know, everybody's going to use the TTC. You know, we're close enough to downtown to get around by transit, but we're also far enough away that, you know, grocery stores and such, and, you know, access to things outside of the city will require cars. In terms of, you know, the overall size, you know, height, depth, etc., it's far outside what is on the street today. And I trust that the committee is reviewing like-for-like comparisons when looking at the size of other properties on the street in comparison to this one. You know, I spoke with Natasha Verjasic at 47 McGee Street. She's also the developer of our houses, so we're the ones that they noted across the street. And in speaking with her, she did call out a few things with me in terms of the height comparison. So our established grade to the top of our roof is about 38 feet, 4.5 inches or so to our parapet side walls, not our roof line. And our actual roof line is about 12 to 24 inches lower. And we marked our elevation at the highest point of the parapet wall, not the actual roof line. So from their established front grade, you know, and the rear grade to the top of their 4th floor, I think it's about 45 feet or so. Plus, it looks like another 6 inches on top of that, at least for the actual top of the 4th floor, because their elevation measurement stops under the actual 4th floor roof line. So, you know, they're going to use our house as a comparison. You know, maybe it's not actually the most comparable, because there's quite a difference there on that regard. And, you know, a few other points there that I like to call out as well is, you know, there's reference or comparison to the commercial buildings on the street, but, you know, this is a residential property. I don't think that should be considered like for like. And if we are looking at the commercial buildings, it's also concerning for me that this might set a precedent down the road. You know, this is a small street, as we've mentioned. There's a beautiful nature park there, tons of families, this is just like a sore thumb sticking out there, right? If you look at an apartment with 8 units plus another unit, you know, that's a lot of housing in just one spot on the street. And, you know, where do we draw the line of what enough is enough type of thing, right? And also when we look at, I think there's a proposal for rooftop terrace. You know, this isn't downtown Toronto. We're close to downtown, but we still have a small community vibe where the housing reflects this.
Lisa,
you know,
you're almost at 5 minutes. Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. In addition to that, just to reference the green space with the reduction there of the frontage or what's proposed for the frontage, it reduces that significantly. And, you know, just looking at the proposals or the opposition and people in support of this development, the folks who are in support, you know, most of them live on Empire. They didn't take the time to actually write a full response. Lots of it was a copy and paste and mirrored the information, one from the other from the other.
I'm going to have to cut you off here. You're at 5.5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, panel members, for the speaker? No? Okay. Let's go to the next speaker.
Oh, I will. Am I still muted or am I?
I think you're muted.
Mark, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, my name is Mark Langford. I live at 54 Empire Avenue. Speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, who are the homeowners here. I obviously agree with everything that has been submitted by the other speakers, so I'll keep this brief. Being on the adjacent street, my house actually backs onto the house of Johanna, who spoke earlier, which is then directly across from the proposed development. And when the developers speak of the neighborhood, and that also includes our street on Empire, which if you were to run a car or Google Street View up Empire, you would see it's just a straight mix of 2-story, 2.5-story buildings. And again, this precedence of this extremely tall, high density rental unit does not fit the neighborhood. I don't have much else to say, although I agree with everyone else. The reason I chose to speak today is because of how many changes there were. I did send in a letter of opposition. Since then, there was so many revised changes that I felt I had to come on here and speak again because it was so confusing. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, panel members? Okay, thank you, Mr. Langford.
Natasha, you've been unmuted.
Natasha, are you there?
Natasha, can you hear us?
Okay, the last one has a question mark. Do you have that one at all or not?
Ross, you've been unmuted.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Ross Bain, 45 McGee Street. I'm a homeowner directly across the street from the proposed development. And I think that's the first thing I'd like to stress is this is a development. This is not a renovation. And I'm disappointed, frankly, that it's even being considered as a minor variance. There's nothing minor about this, as my fellow neighbors have said. McGee is a local street. I understand the developer has drawn parallels between this development and others that are on Carlaw, Jones, Gerard, Queen, which are streets. Those are avenues. That's where the city has said in their official plan that density should happen. So it boggles my mind that this is even being considered mid-block on a local street. 4.5 stories. There is not a single 4.5-story building anywhere, I would think, mid-block in a residential neighborhood. I apologize for the noise in the background. That's my son who lives here as well. It's preposterous, and I don't mean to be inflammatory, but it is. There's no residential buildings that have something called a mechanical penthouse. You don't have that on a house. You have that on an apartment or on a condo. And we don't build apartments and condos mid-blocks on residential streets. So again, I agree enthusiastically with everything that my neighbors have said in opposition to this project, including that the developer who claims to live in the neighborhood and understand the neighborhood made zero attempt to reach out to me and my partner, and obviously made zero attempt to reach out to any of the other neighbors in the area to understand whether this was truly tenable. Just the way the last couple of weeks has gone has been also very disappointing, that the proposal has been changed many, many times to the point where I don't even know what's really being considered, except that I know it's still a 4.5-story building with a 2-story garage in the back. But they're spinning. They're spinning, trying to get as much as they possibly can, and it just reeks of greed. And that's not how we should be doing development responsibly in this city. Like others, I live in the city by choice. I want to see others live in the city. I want there to be densification, but it needs to be done responsibly and not out of profit for the developer. So I'll leave it there. Thank you for your time. Thank you for considering me and my other neighbors. I think we appreciate the opportunity to voice our opposition, even though we're all basically saying the same thing. And I trust that the committee hears us not as just people who don't want this built in our backyard, but see this as understanding the neighborhood and understanding that, some densification is okay, but it must be done responsibly, and it should be done according to the city plan, the official plan that we've all signed off on through proper process. So thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Questions for the speaker? No? Okay, if we can go back to Mr. Hanna.
David Hanna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Great, thank you for coming back to me. My name is David Hanna. I am across the street and slightly north at 55 McGee Street. I live there with my wife and our children. And I won't take too much time. I know we've been going on for a while, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of, really important opinions for me. And that is, not to put too fine of a point on it, but the apparent duplicity that's been referenced a couple times with this project, referring to it as a renovation when it's clearly a development. The incremental increase in the variance requests and the original presentation of a 6-unit development when clearly it was always an 8 or 9 unit development. That's obviously concerning for those of us who put a lot of value on the community that we have and the community that we've built. And we communicate with each other, we are involved with each other, we know each other, and I think that this attempt to sort of force in a profit-driven apartment building without consultation, without proper involvement, and frankly without properly meeting the community vibe just doesn't make sense, and it's an affront to all of us, which is why that we've all come here. I think that the fact that the only letters of support, except for I believe one, came from people who live in and around the owner's home on Empire, are indicative of the fact that they've been asked to send letters in instead of receiving letters and chose to send something in. And I think all of those are concerning for us, and I don't think that's the way we want to see our city develop. I myself work in the construction industry, and I work with a lot of excellent developers, and there's a lot of opportunity to do projects like this correctly and well, and to add value, to do it profitably. And frankly, this comes across as a bit of a lazy, profit-driven attempt to sneak in a renovation development instead of properly assessing what you can do with this piece of property, coming with a holistic view of how can we best maximize density on this property and put in some really good rental units that make sense in our community. But that's not what's been done. It seems to be an attempt to just ram something through to turn a profit as quickly as possible. And I think it's the job of this committee to make sure that that kind of stuff doesn't happen, and I hope that that's the case here. I hope that that's seen, and I hope that we can, work backwards to come to a process that makes sense, to come to a proposal that makes sense, and one that we can all be involved in getting to a solution. Because I think we've heard from all of the owners here that are in opposition that the opposition is not against rental units. We have rental units already on the street that are successful and that are working, and we're okay with that. But it needs to be done thoughtfully and not in a profit-driven, quick-turn approach. That's what I have to say, I think, for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanna. Do you have Ms. Revel? Jane?
Jane, you've been unmuted.
No? Okay. Okay, so we've tried. Okay, let's try Steve Cousins. I think that's the. What about Rachel Winson? I don't think we tried that person before.
I was unable to reach.
Okay, so we're unable to reach her. Great. And then what about Steve Cousins?
Hi, I'm here. I actually was just listening in. I don't really have anything to say. I was just curious to hear what's going on.
Okay, thanks a lot. And John Russo?
We've been unable to reach John.
Okay, let me go to my next page here. Paul Robinson.
I've tried multiple times to reach Paul and been unable.
Unable to, and then the final one is Natasha. Have you unable to reach her, or?
I've tried multiple times to reach her and been unable to.
Okay, so that concludes our speakers then. If I could have Mr. Moot back.
Hello there.
Hi, Mr. Moot.
Hello.
Okay, you've heard the opposition. If I could have you do a rebuttal for no more than 5 minutes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you all for coming out today. Firstly, I would like to say that we prefer to not approach this discussion as an us versus them format, or an us versus anybody, for that matter. We understand that conflict and critical discourse is important and is a natural part of living in a community together. This project does promote an inclusive approach to housing. It is an inclusive approach to responsible housing development. We believe that we have provided accurate representation of the properties which are located along the railroad tracks on the west side of the street. We appreciate the beauty of the various housing typologies and scales along the east side of the street as well, and believe that this project will be of complement. I'd like to offer a few specific points. I'll try to keep it brief. We have not been trying to mislead anybody along the way. We are trying to introduce what we believe is responsible housing. We are proposing a density that is slightly above the FSI, that we can see in existing family dwellings along the east side, 1.48 versus 1.3, for example. Regarding the communication, unfortunately, the planning notice initially listed 6 suites. That was an error. It was a typo on the notice, and it was quickly redacted and reissued to clarify the proposed 8 suites. The notice was also reissued due to the concessions and changes made through the discussion with the city and through the neighbors' letters of objection, which included the adjustment to height, stepping back the front face of the building, etc. We do apologize for this. We have tried to engage with neighbors directly since then and have provided individual letters of response to each of them as best we can, and they have been uploaded to the AIC. In each case, the adjustments to the variances lessened the impact. We followed the committee of adjustment process. Signage was posted at the site on time. We wish the timeline had not been so compressed. Given the timeline, we tried to engage the neighborhood over the past couple of weeks. We've knocked on doors, made phone calls, trying to promote discussion, connected with many neighbors. A few specific points. The tree in the rear yard is to remain. Urban Forestry has issued clearance letter. Soft landscaping elements are outlined in the site plan, which much of it will remain. There will be adequate engineering review pertaining to existing adjacent building footings, any additional load being placed on them, bearing capacity of soil conditions, etc., will be considered as part of the construction process. The garden suite is now, as of right, accepted under the revised bylaws pertaining to garden suites. Rooftop amenities will contain privacy screening, minimum 1.5 meters high. We are in pursuit of a sustainable solution here, one that will create a typology that can provide precedent for future growth. The missing middle is important. Transit supporting housing is important. Just quickly, I would like to take this opportunity to clearly state that the entire design and development team lives in the immediate area, and we do very much care for the subject street and the greater community. Our kids play at the same parks, attend the same schools, community centers, etc. It is because of our connection to the community that we are here today, presenting a project that we believe moves the needle towards creating a long-term sustainable housing within our communities. I do very much appreciate your time here today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Clay and then Mr. Reed. I think you're muted, Larry.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. We've heard quite extensive comment and input and concern from an awful lot of neighbors, and the concerns are fairly mixed, but two, I think, areas stand out. One is parking, and the other is, I guess, the overall size, or really it's the height. So I have a couple of questions. One on parking. Have you checked to see whether there is available street parking on McGee?
There is some availability for street parking on McGee. However, we are remaining focused on the sort of transit supported approach to this project. There are 2 parking spots provided on site, which meet the requirements outlined in the bylaw. And in addition to that, I think the new Ontario Line development will provide adequate transportation for additional tenants.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably come back to the subway station. I should have asked the residents about this, but it looks to me like there is laneway parking for residents that are on the east side of McGee. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I can confidently say that 95% of the houses have a parking pad at the rear of their property, accessed by way of the laneway on the east side. That's correct.
Right. So on the height, I want to explore a little bit about your penthouse / mechanical area. You've obviously put some mechanical stuff, HVAC and the like on the top floor, but it looks like there's stair access and it looks like there is some sort of amenity space up there as well. Although if you look at the top floor plan, it looks like you've got air conditioning condensers in the middle of that area. So is the expectation that rooftop area is going to be for recreation purposes for those who are in the penthouse suites?
That's correct. It's an opportunity, whereas the lower units would have access perhaps to the rear yard or the front yard or the side yard. That's an opportunity for the upper units to gain some outdoor amenity space.
But you are proposing to screen that, are you?
That's correct. 1.5 meters. It's sort of a planter box. It's a combination of planter box privacy screen that will be 1.5 meters tall. Some of the benefits of planter box, including runoff and et cetera, will be provided there. But yeah, that's to minimize the overlook onto the street and to the adjacent properties. Those have also been set in from the edge of the building, just as another way of ensuring that there's no overlook, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I have a couple questions. My first is related to the mechanical penthouse as well. And there does appear to be a relatively large space in that penthouse that is not mechanically focused, right? It's not about rooftop access and it's not about mechanical equipment. So can you just speak to that in terms of defining it as mechanical penthouse, or is it more accurately living space in addition to that?
The most important piece for us is the access to the exterior amenity space. And regarding the space allotment on the interior, we were hesitant to move that equipment down into the suite itself. It may result in the removal of living or bedroom space down there. We do try to provide fully autonomous units in terms of their temperature control, water and services, et cetera. So these are meant to be standalone units as opposed to having large shared services. And so, yeah, I would suggest that the driver behind this is the access to the outdoor space. And then second to that would be, unfortunately, we would be looking at a removal of usable interior space if moved down below to the next level.
Okay, thanks. The other question is, you are mostly surrounded by employment lands, and what is the height limit for those properties for the E zone?
Those are 12 meters, so those are consistent with the residential. It's the FSI that I think jumps up from 1 times in the residential to 2 times at the employment.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'd like to just ask you, the deferral, I know you asked for the deferral to consult with planning, but it was a year ago, and the committee granted it in conjunction with consulting with planning to consult with the community. And you mentioned you knocked on doors in the last week or so. I'm just curious why you didn't do more engagement with the community all this past year.
Oh, I see. So that deferral request was tied specifically to the garden suite. We did unfortunately get out a little bit ahead of the bylaw being adopted, the garden suite bylaw being adopted. So we were looking to push forward on the creation of the garden suite, which was back in 2021, and through communications with planning, they were not able to support it at that time. There was an understanding that the garden suite bylaw would be adopted. However, we were just out a little bit early. And so since then, it has been, and the garden suite is now seen as an as-of-right building. So that was the reason for the initial deferral request. So not tied to this building, the front larger building.
Okay. And also, can you just speak to the 45-degree angular plane? Why you need it?
Would it be possible to flip to slide number 20? The last slide. So that just quickly, to begin to answer your question, that shows the relationship. So that's located directly against the masonry block wall of the neighbor to the south. And the encroachment into the 45 angular plane is to improve the interior condition of the bedrooms along that side of the building. So there will be no negative impact to any of the neighboring properties with this encroachment, but it does very much improve the layout of the 2 bedroom spaces that are located on the second floor of that building.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any further questions? Seeing none, let's take it into committee then. Mr. Reid, did you have your hand up, or yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
sorry,
was
because I
like,
turned my head and I sort of.
well, it was quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have discussion on this. I'm happy to start. I first of all, thanks to all the residents and neighbors for coming out. I think we've heard a lot of statements and concerns. I personally have fewer concerns with this development. I think that part of that is because it's on the west side of the street, and it's surrounded by commercial properties. I think if this were on the east side of the street, it would be a no-go. But I think the context of this very deep lot with commercial uses surrounding it make a different context that this has to be considered in. I think the depth, it's a long building that's being proposed, but again, it's beside these commercial properties, and I think those impacts will be really different than the impacts would be if it were adjacent to residential uses. Also, in hearing the concerns of the neighbors, I think there are some legitimate concerns, but in terms of material impacts, we didn't hear much about that. I think there were concerns about parking that could have impacts on people, but in terms of overlook and shadowing, those sorts of things, those aren't happening because of where this is on the street. Again, with the transit accessibility, the fact that community planning is in support of this, I have a hard time finding reasons to deny it. I think this is pushing the envelope for sure on this street and within neighborhoods, but I do think this represents responsible missing middle. So I'll be supporting it.
Mr. Clay?
I too just want to thank everyone for calling in and writing in. Your comments were very thoughtful, and we heard all of them. However, I agree with Peter. This is a tall building. The height variance is not insignificant. But I was comforted a little bit by the setback from the street of the upper story and the sight line. I think there was a diagram that showed what the sight line is from the sidewalks, and frankly, you know, according to that, you can't even see the rooftop terrace from the street, and it is proposed to be shielded and screened. So I think that gives me a little bit of comfort over the height. Peter's right. This is an unusual street, given that it's kind of mixed commercial on one side and residential on the other side. So it is unique, and it backs onto railway tracks. So it is an unusual configuration. But for me, quite frankly, the overarching reason I will be supporting it is the proximity to the new Ontario Line subway station. I think the agent said it's within 100 meters, which is really close. And in planning terms, MTSAs around subway stations are 500 meters. So this is really walkable to a future subway station. And I think we're going to see additional density in these kinds of areas that are proximate to either existing or proposed future transit stations, and we have to support density in this. And the last point I'd make is this is purpose-built rental, and this is 8 units of reasonable size. I went and looked on each of the floor plans, and these are not tiny bachelors. These are reasonable sized apartment units, which I think we have to have introduced into existing neighborhoods going forward. So for those reasons and what Peter was talking about, I too will be supporting this application.
Okay, I'm conflicted on this one. I think that what's being proposed, the intention is good, although I do agree with some of the comments made by the residents. And if I look at what's across the street, it's 3 stories. And if you're looking at a vision for the street, I would have preferred something more in line with that height. And because, as some residents pointed out, you know, things will change over time on that street. So I will not be supporting this application. I think it's an overbuild on the site. Yeah, I wish it had been 3 stories, and again, more in keeping with some of the things that have been built on the street there. Although I don't disagree with some of the comments made by my colleagues in terms of the transit that's nearby, etc. So I will pass it over to my members, and Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the application as amended, subject to the 4 conditions laid out by community planning.
Okay.
There's a forestry condition too, Peter.
Forestry number 2 from the, from the
Yes,
minutes.
and forestry 2, please.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the application as amended, which is deleting variance number 5, amending variance number 2 to 16.56 meters, and variance number 4 is amended to read 1 meter from the northern line. Forestry number 2, as well as the planning conditions in our supplemental agenda, moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That motion carries, and I will be dissenting. So thank you, everyone, for your input. Panel members, I would like to take a break till 11:20, and then we'll come back with item number 3, which is 135 Louder. All right, the next item is item number 3, 135 Louder Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a photograph of trees on the property in order to comply affecting the subject property. And I believe forestry is asking for condition number 2. I'm not showing any speakers other than the agent. Do we have the agent online?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, panel members, do you need a presentation on this, or do you want to go to questions? Do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, before I go to Mr. Reed, can I just have the agent identify herself for the record?
My name is Dane Gregus. I'm the agent for Rita Fumara in this matter.
Sorry, what's your name again?
Dane Gregus.
Like D-A-N-E?
Yeah.
And then your last name, if you could spell it, please?
G-R, another G-A-S.
Okay.
And he'll be representing me for questions.
Sorry, is this Rita that just spoke then?
Yes, this is Rita. I'm here, but he's going to be answering any questions or if there's any complaints.
Okay. So, Mr. Reed.
I'm the owner. Sorry, I'm Rita Fumara. I'm the owner. I'm the owner of the property, and I live here in one of my units.
Okay, and Mr. Urgas, is he your agent?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Reed, you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Variances 4 and 5 about the soft yard landscaping in the rear and the front are pretty significant in my opinion, and I'm wondering if there's anything that you would consider or you'd be able to do to improve those variance requests.
All the landscaping is permeable. We've designed it that way so everything is permeable. The existing landscaping, the requirement that we're going up against is for single-family houses. That landscape, the open landscaping requirements are based on single-family houses. This house is a triplex that's adjacent to a laneway, and consequently, that's part of how this proposal came together because of its proximity to transit and the fact that we didn't have to add any more parking or anything like that to add a family-sized unit to the city's housing supply. So that's one of the reasons why our landscaping is a little off, because we're being asked to come up to a standard that's applicable only to single-family houses.
Okay.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Just following on that, so can you just show us on the site plan, like where the permeable stuff is? I just want to, I think we just need to understand exactly how much permeable pavers you have back there. I think I saw a photo and it looked like it was pavers, but it wasn't apparent that they were permeable.
What we've done is the landscaping was originally pavers, and when we created the flower beds and everything, we structured it so we've taken out certain parts of the pavers and added gravel so that the water could travel to the flower bed. So everything's sort of kind of self-irrigating, and at the same time, the drainage was a concern for us because there was water pooling over these pavers in the existing design. So that's why we did this as well, to make sure that everything drained away properly and away from the home.
No, I get that. But the photo that you sent in looks like the backyard is mostly pavers. So now you're saying that you've removed some of those pavers and you've replaced that with gravel. So can you just give us a rough approximation of where the permeable pavers are and where the gravel is?
Approximation, it'd be probably around 35% of the pavers have been replaced to permeable. And the way they've been structured with drainage, we also added some weeping tiles below to funnel the water into the new flower beds that we created, because the original design had the entire backyard and front yard were completely covered with pavers originally. And so what we did,
part of it is now gravel or permeable, but part of it is the previous pavers have remained. And were those interlocking or were those permeable pavers?
those were interlocking, but we used the same concept that they use with permeable pavers by creating pockets where there's gravel so that the water will percolate down into the ground. And so we retained the original ones and pulled out sections and added the gravel there, so the water would all sort of trickle to the flower beds and down into the ground.
Okay.
So basically, it's all draining. So though it's walkable yet drainable at the same time.
And just looking at your order to comply, so your addition that you built or your client built is 15 by 20. That's a fairly significant addition to do without a building permit. So what's the explanation behind that?
Well, originally it started as a covered porch, and then it evolved into this, and that's our bad. It started as a simple thing, and we didn't think we needed anything in that regard, and then it sort of crept out of control on us, and yeah, we got to this point where we're at now.
Okay.
But in terms of what it really is, it's kind of relatively minor compared to what we were just listening to, and there's still adequate open landscape space for all the units, and we haven't removed any parking. We haven't done anything else. The existing footprint and framework of the addition do not impact the neighborhood in any other way. Most of it faces the laneway, and that was part of the design, was to sort of detach the sort of yard from the laneway, in sense to give it some sense of privacy, because you wouldn't believe what goes on in these laneways. And so we were trying to create a safer space in that sense, and that was part of why the design is the way it is.
Yeah, I get that. But again, that's a pretty significant build to do without a building permit. It's not just.
Like I said, I apologize for that. It sort of crept out of control, but we've been trying to do the right thing since we got the notice, and that's why we're here now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we just go back to the site plan? On the site plan, you were talking about landscaping. Like, I saw there's a curb, that corner, that kind of rounded part that looks like a flower bed. Is it? And where's the other so-called landscaping?
Well, the landscaping we've added is on the south side of the addition and on the east side of the addition, surrounding the addition. Also, we've further opened up areas next to the fence and the laneway as you go towards the back of the property, next to the parking spaces, also along the fence that separates the parking from the backyard of this unit in question. We've added landscaping there. We've also added a large flower bed on the south property line next to the fence from the south east.
Is that the stone curb that's marked kind of like a...
It's hard to see.
Like a
copy. One moment.
And then the carport, what's that? Is that permeable, or is that, what is that?
That's existing. The carport is asphalted, except for the back 6 to 8 feet of the lot line, which is a flower bed as well.
Okay. Okay.
I'm trying to find this curb. Yeah, stone curb. That sort of curved curb.
Yeah,
Is that what?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Inside that area, there was an existing tree there that was sort of wrapped in interlocking, and we've added an appropriate amount of landscaped open space around the tree so that it could breathe.
Okay.
And
any other questions, panel members? Okay, sir, we're ready to take it into committee. Anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
No, I think hopefully we've addressed these landscaping concerns. When you walk the site and the property, the amount of landscaping and open space and foliage and greenage that exists now is more than existed before. So we've tried to do that in realization that what we were doing did cover had a large footprint, and we wanted to make sure that we replace some spaces with landscaping to alleviate that concern.
Okay, thank you. Let's take it into committee then. Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'll take this one. I just to the applicant, if you had changed the nature of the hardscape in the backyard, it would have been nice to have shown that on the revised site plan so that we might have been able to get a better picture of what you're proposing, because quite frankly, we're just taking your word that you've done that, and we will do that. But it would be helpful to have site plans that show that. I'm not happy about this one because it's a large addition onto the back, but having said that, the context for this property is sort of adjacent to a laneway. I don't think the addition necessarily has any negative impact given that context. And I don't think it would be inappropriate or out of character with the neighborhood. And the fact that while the landscaping deficit is significant, the agent has indicated that they've done a number of things to mitigate that. So I'm fairly comfortable with this application given those considerations. So Peter, you okay with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think also because the addition is a one-story addition that limits the impacts. Plus, I've noted there is quite a significant amount of vegetation on the site in terms of trees and bushes, and so I think that goes to addressing some of the soft landscaping concerns.
Okay, Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'll move approval of this application, Chair, subject to forestry condition number 2. And could we just put in our standard sort of comment about not endorsing
like build something and ask for forgiveness
yeah,
later? Yeah.
not supporting construction without a building permit.
Okay. So the motion is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed, including forestry number 2 to approve the application. All in favor? That carries. Item number 4, 47 Spencer Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, covering letter from the agent, and a parking study prepared by Nextrans. And I only have the agent as speaker. Do I have him on the line?
Yes, I am here, Lance Caprilli. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Panel members, do you have any questions? I don't think we need a presentation. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a question about, I'm wondering what level of outreach has happened to the tenants, and if these lost parking spaces are promised to anyone, or if that has any impact on existing agreements between tenants and ownership in the building.
You there, Mr. Caprillion? Did we lose him? Well, he just spoke, so I'm not really sure. Are you on mute by any chance, Lance? Okay.
98295.
Okay, well,
Lance, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm very sorry. I just at the right moment, our office internet went down, so I've transferred to my phone. I'm very sorry about that.
okay, no worries. So Mr. Reed had a question, I believe, right?
Yes, I did hear the first part of it. So
Do you need him to repeat it, or?
I think I understand the gist of it, and I do have an answer to that. So maybe I'll start it. If I miss anything, then I can fill it in. We did reach out to the tenants, and we sent out a letter to everyone, and I offered my email address and building management email address, so they could be in touch with us with any questions. We also made it clear to them that anyone with a parking spot that will be affected will not lose their parking. The adjacent building is owned by the same people, and they are accommodating all of the tenants in that adjacent building. So it's the same situation. It's an underground parking, so it'll be indoors, so it's sort of an internal thing that's happening between the tenants and the management, but they will all be accommodated next door. And if you look at the site plan, you'll see there is a connecting stair. So not only are they next door, but there's a quick way at the back of the building for people to come to the same, right there. Yes, thank you. We didn't have any responses. We had one question about the amenity space, and that was it. So nobody else asked any questions, none of the residents.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Clay?
Yeah, on the amenity space, variance number 3, is that an existing condition, or are you actually reducing the amenity space per dwelling?
Well, it's interesting. Actually, there's no amenity space in the building now. We're adding an amenity space, which has both an interior and an exterior component. So we still need a variance because it's calculated based on the overall building, the overall number of units in the building. So we're a little bit low, but we are providing an amenity space now where there isn't one. So
Okay.
it's a net improvement. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything you'd like to add before we go into committee? Mr. Caprillion?
No, nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reed?
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very good project and a good way to add additional rental units in an existing building without having any negative impacts. I thought the site plan was well conceived in having personal outdoor space for each of these new units, and I'm glad to hear that there was tenant outreach and that existing parking agreements are being honored. I think the variances being requested are minor, and I move approval of the application with no conditions.
Okay, Mr. Clay seconds, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Can we do the next two together? Okay, so items 5 and 6. So item 5 is 114 Lisgar Street, and item 6 is 112 Lisgard. For both of these, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent. And then for number 5, which is 114 Lisgar, we have correspondence in opposition from 114, 116, and in opposition, and a 6-signature petition signed by owners and occupants of properties on Lisgar, and I don't have any addresses for that. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Manny Johan. Hopefully you can hear me.
I can.
All right.
All right, sir. I have 5 opposition speakers. So if you can do a presentation, please no more than 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Name is Manny Chauhan. I'm the principal planner with G4 Urban Planners, and I'm representing my client Jane Tran for this particular minor variance. I did send in a presentation. I was wondering if that can be displayed, if possible.
Sure, give us a second.
Should we start with 112?
When was the presentation submitted?
Yesterday. I was told by staff that it would be sent and could be made available this morning. That's it. Could we start with 112? Or do you want
In
to?
the future, perhaps you can send that in a more timely manner, because the members get a supplemental agenda even the night before, and it didn't make that, so we need you to get stuff in earlier.
Yes,
Okay.
noted. Thank you. So this is the minor variance application, and we're going to go to the next slide, which shows the location of this particular property, 112, and the other one is 114, which is adjacent to it. And the property information and the zoning, next slide, please, is available on this particular slide, and it's a neighborhood zone, RD1 into a site-specific 804, which permits townhouses. Next slide. So I'm just kind of going through this quickly. So the proposal is to alter the existing 2-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear 2nd-story addition and a complete 3rd-story addition with a front porch and a front 2nd and 3rd-story balcony. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the variances requested are to permit a building depth of 16.07, whereas 14 meters are permitted. FSI of 210 square meters, which represents 1.1 as against 1 FSI, and to permit a 2nd-story front porch rooftop deck encroachment, which is 1.93 as against the 1.21, which is permitted. Next slide. And then to permit a height variance of 10.11, where 10 meters is permitted. So that's a difference of 1.11 meters. And to permit the height of the rear and exterior walls to be 9.45, whereas 7.5 is permitted. So just taking notice of the site plan on the next slide. 112 shows the extent of the depth which is being increased. That's been shaded, and we've actually thought we'll bring out this slide just for the information of members of the committee, so that they could have a general idea of the depth of the entire lot as against what we are proposing right now. And moving on to the next slide, we try to show what is existing, and then below that we try to show what is proposed, so you get a fair idea of the construction that's going to take place. And in the basement floor plan, you will see that there is a crawl space that is being added. That wall is going to support the floor above. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed floor plan, which is existing. The extension is shows that there will be a renovation of this particular floor to the extent that the crawl space below is now being developed on top. And then the next slide will show the existing 2nd floor and subsequently the addition that's going to take place on the 2nd floor. And the The reason for bringing out this in comparison was because even though you have those plans in front of you, they're on different pages. So I thought that this would give a general idea of exactly what is happening on this particular site. And then there would be a third floor. All of these floors, the second floor and the third floor, have balconies to take in the sunlight. So just the justification for the requirements, for the required variances, is that for the building depth, the reasons we're giving is that to obtain a reasonable size living space on the second floor and facilitate the proposed addition on the third floor, this expansion and addition at the back is required. So we're asking for this particular setback of 16.07. And this will also improve the accommodation and provide more rental housing appropriate to an improved quality of living. So it will respect the physical character of the neighborhood. The build form and the massing are designed to minimize visual presence from the street, and the second floor level extension mimics architectural character.
Manny,
yes.
Can you wrap up, please? You're at 6 minutes. I gave you extra time just because we're doing the two properties together. But
yes, so can we just, yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
So if we can just go to the last stage, just the opinion. So in our opinion, we find that this is the variances that we are requesting are pretty minor in nature, and previous similar variances were approved by the committee and they were successful in their approach with the committee. There's a neighborhood is changing, and the neighborhood is changing to 3-story buildings, and there is a certain amount of setbacks, building depths that are required, and subsequently we kind of see this trend taking place. So
Manny, you don't sound like you're wrapping up, so I'm going to cut you off here. We'll have you back for questions because we do have 5 speakers listed here. So
all right,
all right, thanks.
Natalie, you've been unmuted.
Natalie,
can you hear me?
Are you there? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Natalie Halou. I am actually a resident of 114 Lisgar. I'm in the basement floor of that house. So that's what my statements are going to be more in reference to, since that's where I live. I would want to start out first by saying none of us were approached with this at all. None of the neighbors were, none of the people residing in the house, because each floor has a tenant, so there's 3 tenants in the house. None of us were reached out to about this at all. We found out from the notice posted on the door January 31st. And when I looked at the files that were uploaded for this, it looks like the work was started and submitted for this in July of last year. And I confirmed with the other tenants, I confirmed with the neighbors, especially the ones in 116, because she also owns that house and there are tenants living there as well. Nobody there was notified of this. The biggest issue that we face is obviously potentially being evicted, because the renovation is for every single floor in addition to another floor on the house. So there would be no way that we couldn't be evicted for something like that. And it is very obviously seen as just a way to get more money, because you'd be adding another tenant and getting rid of us, so the price would be definitely increased substantially. And I think my biggest concern is none of us were reached out to, so we couldn't even really have the time to see what the intentions were, what the timeline was, nothing. Most of us moved in during COVID as well, so our prices really only went up at the start of this year by the allotted %. So it does also give the impression that this is just for money and nothing else. And it's the lack of communication amongst us that I think is the biggest problem. Yeah, so we weren't even contacted. I still don't even know what the timeline is. There was clearly no respect placed to the residents of the house or even the neighbors. And it also sets the precedent for, if this goes through, then 116 is most likely going to be next, since it's also owned by her and it's right next to us as well. So I I don't see any other purpose in this other than just squeezing more money out of new tenants. And that is just my piece on the matter.
Okay, thank you for bringing your concerns forward. I do want you to understand that this committee only deals with the actual planning variances. I think if there are tenant concerns, you're better to take them to the landlord tenant board and get feedback from them, because we just don't deal with that here. But I do appreciate you bringing your concerns forward.
Yeah, of course. And like I said, it was the fact that we weren't communicated to, that we couldn't really have time to sit down and be prepared for what the variances were and what the plan was. So that is honestly like the only reason that it was just completely not being informed. So that is just the concern right now.
Understood. It's very unfortunate. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalie.
That doesn't mean anything to them. It really doesn't.
Alex, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Alex.
Hello?
Hi, Alex.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Are you there?
Hi there, yes. My name's Alex Baravian. I'm a resident at 116 Lisgar. I'm going to be conceding my time to my housemate, Satchel Dillaboyd.
Okay.
Hi there, this is Satchel. I'm here with Alex and our roommate, Martin. Appreciate the time today. Just wanted to voice a couple concerns about the proposals next door and whether or not they're actually in line with minor variances. I have just been reading up on it and the variance application evaluation and the 4 tests as prescribed by Section 45T. And we are curious if this application is minor in nature. It sounds like quite the increase in size. It's going to be over 2 buildings, which I know they are separate properties, but when you consider that like they're going to be happening in tandem and they're being done by the same property owner, and how ultimately it is our concern that this will spread to us. They're very similar layouts and designs, and it does appear like we're on the chopping block next. Yeah, I just basically would like to call into question how minor this is and whether or not it should be reconsidered and how it's going to affect us. On top of that, very concerned for how this is going to affect my neighbors. I'm very concerned for like their housing security in this city. As we all know, it is very tough to be a renter right now in Toronto. Who knows what this could do to their financial situation, their well-being, and their ability to continue even living in Toronto. That is 3 units next door. Apparently they're proposing, I think I read that like they're proposing that this is going to add a 3rd unit, but it's actually adding a 4th at 114 Lisgar. And yep, that's 3 units worth of tenants who are going to be majorly disrupted. And then next door, we are also going to be disrupted in the short term and the long term. First of all, just when this renovation begins, the noise, the dust, the decrease in sunlight, and the general work, the garbage it's going to create, as we just had renovations done at the house north of us at 118 Lisgar, constant trash making its way from their property into ours, along with the dust, along with the noise. And we do believe this is going to happen to us. And then ultimately, as much as the landlord hasn't said outright that this is her plan for our building as well, it's very safe to assume that setting this precedent will ultimately lead to our homes also being taken from us, disrupted, altered to a state where we will kind of feel forced out, even if we're not being officially evicted. And yeah, I just had to voice that and voice my solidarity for my neighbors.
Thank you, Satcher. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Liz, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you can state your name and address for the record, and we'll start the clock, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Matrana. I
Um,
live at 77.
Okay, now I can hear you. I couldn't hear you before.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Liz Matrona. I'm a resident at 77 Hounslow Heath Road. I do not live on Lisgar, but I am a resident of Toronto, and I do have a relationship with the tenants at Lisgar. And I have concerns about the precedent that this kind of construction might set in the city of Toronto. I just want to state that this seems to be what is a minor variance application, but this seems like a major renovation that will cause significant disruption in the neighborhood and to the current tenants at multiple residences. So my concern is the timeliness of the application, the notification for current residents, and the nature of the application. Like, is this actually a minor variance, and should we be considering the impact this will have on the neighborhood? I also want to echo the concerns of the tenants maybe being forced out of their homes. I know this isn't the board to make that point, but with the limited time that we've had to respond to these changes, we're sort of using any kind of application process we can to sort of state our concerns. So thank you for listening to me today, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Alrighty, let me check. Any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you very much.
Mallory, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Mallory Palou. I live at 114 Lisgar Street. I am residing in the upper unit of 114 Lisgar.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. As I understand, you guys will not be touching so much on the social aspect of this. I will be grazing over that a bit as well as the variance disruptions as well. So I'm responding to the public invitation for comment on this proposal, as this seems the only outlet for us to raise our concerns. That seeks to alter the existing two-story townhouse by constructing a rear second-story addition and a complete third-story addition with a front balcony. On behalf of tenants at 114 Lisgar, I want to oppose the proposal on the following grounds: that losing our homes would be a major life disruption. The address of 114 is our home. We are happily settled here as long-term tenants with affordable rents. We're proud to live and work in this community. Losing our homes for the proposed construction and renovation would cause major disruption in our lives. Number two, lack of comparable housing alternatives in Toronto during this housing crisis. Finding comparable, affordable apartment rentals in the community would be next to impossible, as availability is very scarce and only going up with the increasing population. And rents continue to soar. This is no time to force out good tenants. Where do we go? And also the point about the city's affordable housing stock, that this will somehow help with that. The proposal does not expand the city's affordable housing stock. From this perspective and the slides that have been shown, the proposed renovations are unnecessary and in fact appear to reduce the total number of dwellings on the property from the current 3 dwellings to now 2 dwellings, as the proposed floor plan does not have a kitchen on the 2nd or 3rd floor, but just on the main floor. If that is not accurate, obviously this floor layout has been rushed and does not give a proper layout of what is going to take place with the construction. The size of the proposed unit will visually overwhelm the appearance of the houses that are aligned with each other. This is a major alteration that will negatively affect the neighborhood and its preservation. I'm afraid this will now become a domino effect for landlords that own multiple properties that want to take advantage of the affordable rent crisis in Toronto. In support of these concerns, a petition by all tenants at 114 and 116 Lisgar under the same landlord has been submitted for the committee's consideration, with the addition of Martin of 116 Upper at 116 Lisgar added in post. And I really want to thank you guys for giving this opportunity for us to speak. I hope you really consider and listen to our point of view in regards to this situation. And thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mallory. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Our final speaker.
Erica, you've been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, your name and address, and then we'll start the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Yep. My name is Eric Crusoe and I live at 36 Lisgar. I'm responding to the public invitation of the comment to the proposal. I oppose of it in solidarity with my neighbors. I hate seeing neighbors losing their homes. The city needs to protect affordable housing that we have. Toronto rent right now is unaffordable to the average working person, and the apartment market is extremely competitive. It also adds a major variance, not minor, and will not be cohesive with the houses on the street. The building will be sticking out at the top and the back and devalue street, and the changes that are going to be made are extremely unnecessary. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none? All right. Mr. Chauhan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you please speak to the issues raised? No more than 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you. So I understand that the tenants fear that they would be ejected and evicted from their premises once the constructions start, and I understand that that's an issue with such approvals and constructions that take place. So it's not that we would like. I did talk to the owner about it, and it's not like we want to evict them as such. I mean, we do want the renovations in. They would be given the first preference to come back into these units if they would like to, but because of the renovation and the costs that are going to go in, there would definitely be a revisit to the rent. And that's all I can say about the concerns about the renters being evicted. And with regard to most of the other things like dust and all the other stuff that takes place along with any construction, I know these are the issues that are there, and the building department does have they have some constraints under which contractors will need to work to lessen these noises, work in timings when they're a little different to people's rest hours and those kind of things. So this is something that is going to always be associated with any sort of development that takes place. Neighbors do face issues, and these tenants will face the issues of being evicted. However, in talk with the owner, we believe that since this application was actually taking place since 2020, and we kept moving forward and backward on it, finally we did make an application in July 2022. And as per the Planning Act, we gave the notice that is required to the tenants, and they had adequate time to actually put in their concerns, which they did. So in talking with the owners of this particular property, she feels that they will be given enough time to evict, to be find alternative places, and it's not like we're going to be rushing into this construction without affording them that particular chance to go ahead and look for alternative accommodation. We do offer that they can always come back and say that we would like to continue renting this place because it's close to amenities and transit and other things, and we will give them that opportunity. But they're right. I mean, it's not going to be the same rent that they've been paying for the last 10, 15 years or the terms of their residency at this place. The cost of constructions have gone up. There will be some changes. There will be some increase in rents, but we will afford them the opportunity to come back in this location if they want to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Seeing none? Okay, sir, we'll take it into committee then for a decision. Panel members? Mr. Clay and then Mr. Reid.
Oh, sorry, Peter, did you want to go?
You guys were almost at the same time. Hang on, I'll tell you who went last time. Your turn, Larry. If you want to alternate.
I think that's probably not a bad idea. Thanks, John. We're taking these together, are we?
Yes, we are.
Even though the variances are ever so slightly different in each case, but we heard a lot from tenants of these two buildings and renters from elsewhere, and I think we sympathize with the rental issue that many are facing, particularly in downtown Toronto. But I think, as you pointed out, Chair, we don't have any jurisdiction over that issue. And if there are concerns, they can go to LTB. We have to just deal with the variances before us. And frankly, my view is that these are overall very minor. The fact that the two are being done together, I think, actually is a good thing, and they're going to match up. This will be, even though there'll be dislocation in the short term, there will be long-term rental in these sites, which I think is a good thing. I didn't think there were any concerns relative to the neighborhood and impact on the neighbors. I did wonder, and I should have asked the applicant, there's front yard balconies, but are there any rear yard balconies as well? Peter, did you notice that?
I don't recall, but I can, I'll pull it up.
Do you have Manny still? Manny, can you, we'll just come out of committee for 1 minute. Do you have any balconies at the back on either one of these?
Yes, we do have balconies at the back on the second and third floor.
Then I think maybe, given this is a residential, tight residential area and the urban built form is very tight, I think it'd be appropriate to have screening on the rear second and third floor balconies.
It makes sense. We should agree to that.
Okay. So then with that, I'm happy to move a motion to approve these, both number 5, number 6, 114 and 112 Lisgar, with the condition that each of them have privacy screening on the second and third floor balconies.
Okay.
Would you say north and south side, Larry?
The sides, yes, not the back.
Yeah.
I don't know which direction it is.
Yeah. It's north and south, yeah.
South.
Okay.
So,
And I'll second that.
okay, so that motion with that condition is moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed to approve the applications for 114 and 112 Lisgar Street. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, thank you everyone for your input. Item number 7. 63 St. Nicholas Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 3 photographs of the property, and in our supplemental, we got a heritage report with the standard condition and support from number 61, which is adjacent. I only show the agent as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm present. Sal Creamy is my name.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Just one. I mean, this is a minor application, but the rear yard soft landscaping at 0 is very deficient, and I understand it's an existing condition, and I understand it's right downtown. But is there anything that you considered or would be able to do to improve that situation?
I can see where you're coming from, Peter. Considering it's concrete, I mean, the nature of the surrounding landscape is asphalt. It's a laneway on both sides. I want to sympathize with you, but I don't see much what it would do to the existing condition, considering the intended use of this property as well, and considering it's concrete. It would be a costly undertaking, I think, for minimal upgrades to the area.
Okay, thanks.
Just on that, so where do you discharge your rainwater?
It's into the existing laneway now, sir.
So is there a drain in the laneway?
I think through the photos we can confirm that.
Because you don't really have any soft landscape to discharge water into.
No, nor do the neighboring properties as well. So yes, there is a storm catch basin within the laneway.
Okay. That's fine. And given that you're backing onto a laneway, you don't really need screening for your terrace?
Other than, I mean, the code balconies, railings that'll be in place.
Okay.
And I did have a discussion with Neil, who's the assistant planner that prepared the heritage report. The property is deemed heritage, and we do respect that. We weren't, because we only spoke this week, there wasn't enough time to go back and forth on a proposal on how we're going to differentiate the new work from the old. But we did discuss a few options. Ultimately, I think it would be, I mean, it's going to happen regardless, to impose the condition that we have to obtain a permit, because then at that time of building permit, we can talk with heritage planning staff to come up with a suitable solution.
Okay, any other questions? All right, Mr. Cremy, we are ready to take this into committee. Anything you want to add before we do so?
No.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I have concerns about the rear yard soft landscaping, but I think given the context of this site, that it's right downtown and right beside a high-rise condo, and that this is an existing condition, I think it is supportable. But the addition itself is benign and makes sense on the site. So I move approval of the application subject to the heritage condition.
Okay, and are you seconding, Mr. Clay? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Clay, including the February 15th heritage condition. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 8. 168 Pape Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. In our supplemental revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, we have 2 photographs of the subject property. We have a covering letter from the agent in the supplemental and a tree site plan. We have email correspondence from planning asking for a condition, and that too is in the supplemental agenda. I don't show any opposition. Do I have the agent on the line? Not sure who's.
Yes, I'm here. It's Michael Scott. I'm the architect and the agent for the owners.
Okay, so Ashley Kia then is not the agent.
No, she's one of the owners.
Ah, okay, I'll just change that on my sheet. Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Let me see if we have any questions, panel members. Mr. Reid?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a bit of background. I mean, this is a very unorthodox application. We don't usually see this sort of thing. So I'm just wondering why this type of structure is being proposed as opposed to a garage or something more conventional. Is there a specific reason for that?
Yes, there is. We started out by designing a laneway house with a full basement. The owners wanted to use the basement for storage for their own purposes and have a laneway house. But as we went through that process, their children grew up a little bit, and they're currently using the backyard to play quite a lot. And so our intention actually was to build this, which is basically the basement of the laneway house. And then in the future, when the kids aren't using the backyard so much, for example, they can continue to use this as the basement for a future laneway house proposal. The laneway house could have been built as of right, but because accessory structures are limited in size compared to laneway houses, if we're just building the basement for now, we needed these variances.
Okay, so meets the 7.5 meter setback from the house and the other setback conditions for laneway suite?
Yeah, we submitted the laneway suite for zoning review, and it came back permitted as of right.
With the same footprint that you're proposing now?
Precisely.
Okay, thanks.
You're aware of the planning conditions?
Yes, and that was in line with our proposal. Okay. The green roof and permeable paving was part of the application.
Okay, any further questions, panel members? Seeing none, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add before we go into committee, Mr. Scott?
I don't think so.
Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Clay, you're up. I'm going to alternate. How's that?
Yeah, I think that's probably a pretty good way of dealing with it. I actually kind of like this one, even though I fully appreciate that this is potentially going to be a laneway suite in the future. We often see applications for garages with a second story for storage. I thought this was oddly an innovative way to achieve storage without putting a second story on. Even though I appreciate that's not the long-term intent. But I thought this was fairly straightforward, and I agree with the conditions that planning is suggesting. I think they make a great deal of sense. So I will move approval subject to planning conditions.
Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed, including the planning condition. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 9. 262 Euclid Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, an arborist report from Happy Green, presentation materials from the agent. We have forestry asking for condition number 1. And we have in our supplemental agenda, we have planning asking for conditions, 12 form letters in support. Including that has 12 signatures on it, and that includes number 264, which is adjacent. And don't show any opposition speakers. So do I have, I guess, the architect?
Good morning. My name is David Footman.
Hi, good morning. You're speaking on behalf of the owner, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Let me see if there are any questions, panel members.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any questions for you, so that means we're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to add before we do so?
No, just thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a very reasonable application and is in line with the type of redevelopment that's happening in this neighborhood. I appreciate that the front and the rear have been stepped back, particularly the rear, both the second and third story being set back and 1.5 meter privacy screenings already been incorporated into the plans. The variances are minor and have limited impact on neighbors. So I move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition 1 and the community planning condition about the front steps.
Okay, just a question, Deputy Secretary Treasurer. I saw there was also forestry number 1, but then there was another condition. Is it different in the Feb 7th report from forestry? Do we need to include that separately or not? Or are they the same? They're the same?
Through you, Madam Chair, they're the same.
Okay. So the motion then is to approve the application, including forestry number 1, the planning conditions in the February 8th report, moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr.
I will, but Peter, would you mind tying it to plans, just because the screening is in the plan? So would you be open to tying it to plans?
For sure.
Okay.
Okay, and tying it to plans, so you'll second then?
Yeah, I
So
will.
Mr. Clay seconds, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 10, 131 Beatrice Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And we received in the supplemental agenda revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a revised zoning waiver. We have 2 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence from building, and staff reports from forestry asking for condition number 1, and planning is also asking for condition. And I just have the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Morning, Madam Chair. Jonathan Minskowski.
Good morning to you. Panel members, do you need a presentation or can we go straight to questions? Do you have any questions for Mr. Benkowski? Mr. Reed and then Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just regarding, it seemed like the third floor balcony could use screening on the north and south. Is that, does that make sense from your perspective?
Absolutely, through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Chair, I had the same question.
Oh, okay, so condition for screening on the balconies? Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, you're aware of the planning and forestry conditions, Mr. Benkowski?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just maybe just a quick thing. I did submit a waiver, so any approval could be tied to that waiver because it is not reflected in the public notice, which is okay, let me say, so it's a reduction of the size of the garage and an increase to the amount of soft landscaping.
So the variances stay the same, or is there any?
No, they do alter, and I did submit a correspondence. It would be late. It is stamped and on the AIC. I can provide you the date.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because I don't have anything even from our supplemental. I don't show.
Through you,
any
Madam Chair,
changes either.
Jonathan, if you can just walk through the variances, which
Absolutely.
ones are being revised or deleted, it needs to be on public record. Thank you.
Yep, I can do that right now. Okay, so what we have revised is, okay, variance as per the public notice. Variance number 6 will now read, the proposed rear yard landscaping is 34.7% and 33.1 square meters. Variance number 10 will now read that the proposed total floor area of all ancillary buildings is 44.53 square meters. And that's the extent of the changes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, just a question before we go into committee, if I might.
Sure.
You're proposing a front yard or front basement walkout. Those typically are related to secondary suites, but so are you doing a secondary suite in the basement?
Correct, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Clay, the other thing we've actually done, and I think it is reflected in, I'm just trying to see if this is date stamped correctly. We also have added on a site plan. Planning did request that we build up a planter at the front between the boulevard and the property line to screen that front stair. So sorry, my apologies. Another condition, I guess, would be to tie it to the site plan that is submitted that identifies that, because it is not reflected in a variance and can't be, but it would be the installation of a raised planter along the front portion. And those plans have been date stamped on the AIC. I'm just bringing it up here to be 100% sure. They are date stamped February 10th, 2023, which again would have the revised garage size, the increase in the rear landscaping, as well as a new 42-inch high planter box that is identified on that site plan.
Okay, anything else you want to add before we go into committee?
Not on my end, Madam Chair.
Okie dokie. We're in committee, panel members.
Chair, I'm happy to take this one. I think the proposal before us is quite reasonable and actually quite consistent with what we're seeing along this stretch of Beatrice. These are large homes. They're fairly large lots. This is an area that does have a fair amount of rental accommodation. I thought the variances themselves, particularly with the changes that the applicant was suggesting, are supportable. I don't think there's any negative impact on the surrounding neighbors or on the streetscape. I'm happy to move approval of this application subject to planning conditions which were tied to plans. I guess this is the revised or amended variances. Subject to the planning conditions which are tying it to plans. There's a forestry condition number 1. There's an advisory memo as well. I don't know if it's the exact same or whether it varies a little bit. I presume the applicant has seen the forestry advisory memo as well. And also putting screening On the, I guess, north and south sides of the third floor balcony.
Okay, as for the planning condition, that report's dated February 8th, so they would be talking about different plans, but we're tying it to the plans date stamped February 10th. So we should ignore the planning condition, right? Because it's incorrect, the dates don't match up? Yeah, okay.
So tie it to the February 10th plans?
Yeah, date stamped February 10th plans, and then not, like, we won't move the planning report at all, because it's basically saying the same thing, but it related to old plans. And then forestry number 1, then it's as amended, changing variance 10 to 44.53 meters square, variance 6 to 34.7%, which equals 33.1 meters square. And do we need to tie it to the waiver, the zoning waiver, madam? No? Okay. And then balconies screening.
Yeah, the north and south side.
North-south side. Okay, so that's moved by Mr. Clay to approve with those conditions and seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay. Item number 11. 29 Furnival Road. We have before us a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have in our supplemental agenda covering letter from the agent. Planning's recommending refusal. Forestry wants condition number 2. We have 5 form letters in support, which includes the adjacent home at number 31. And then we have objections, correspondence from 50 and 52 Merritt Road. And I'm showing one speaker in interest. Do we have that person? Okay. Okay, can I have do you have the agent?
Yes, my name is Peggy Chu. I'm the architect for the owner of the property.
Okay, Peggy, just give me 1 second. I just want to see if this individual is wanting to speak.
Gordon, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I don't wish to speak.
Yeah, okay, so you're just watching, sir, then?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks.
All right, no worries.
Okay, Ms. Chu, I guess you're aware of the planning report and the forestry conditions, so I don't know that we need a presentation. There probably are questions, but if you could just speak to the planning report first.
Sure, and I did want to perhaps clarify as well. We understand there are 2 neighbors' letters that one is of interest and the others had expressed some concerns. My client did contact the neighbors, so I just wanted to make sure. I believe Mr. Piercy had submitted a letter, and I think there were no objections. But going back to the planning comment, we recognize that the planning department cannot necessarily support an application that deviates from their primary guidelines. But I did want to just flag where the planning guidelines for garden suites does make exceptions to, as an example, an existing garage or shed that does not comply with the setback requirements. And I think, and I don't want to belabor the point, if you have reviewed the cover letter that we submitted, we just wanted to show again the unique context of this particular property in this neighborhood, and that existing garages do exist at these corner lots that are much closer than what would currently be permitted in the zoning bylaw. So any accessory structure that currently exists and has, plans for a garden shed or garden suite rather, would also have the same issue that we have in terms of setback to the existing dwelling.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay?
I'm intrigued by this one. So your front door for this garden suite, Is it proposed to be facing the road, or is it proposed to be facing the house?
It is facing Valor Boulevard. It actually cannot be seen from the house. The main dwelling, rather.
Right, so entrance and egress and such will happen from the roadway.
That's correct.
Any other questions? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Two quick questions. The application and the purpose talks about a 1.5 story building, and this appears 2 stories to me. So if the applicant can comment on that, and also as to why floor plans weren't included. I think it makes it hard for me to understand how the space is going to work without that. I know it said privacy, but it's convention that they're included.
Through you, Madam Chair, we had in the past included floor plans in the submissions, but as they are public documents that anyone can have access to, we have just started that practice just to protect privacy. As you're aware, there's a lot of information there that anyone can have access to. It's not that we don't want to share them. It's really just to protect privacy. But if you, I can definitely give you details as to what the interior looks like, if that helps.
Well, my bigger question is why are you saying one? I think the floor plans would maybe explain why you're calling it a 1.5 story instead of a 2. But if you could speak to that, that's my main concern.
Sure. There's in the volume that you see in the elevations, there isn't really a full second story. There's a balcony or loft in the unit. So if you look at the elevations that have been pulled up there, you'll see at the bottom left-hand corner, the elevation that looks into the rear yard. There is a loft level where the large windows are on that upper portion, and it does not stretch all the way to the wall that faces the road. So hence it is deemed a 1.5 story. Much like, I guess how a loft is not considered a 2-story volume or a 2-story form.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. Ms. Chu, is there anything you would like to add before we take this into committee?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I know that planning is recommending refusal, but I actually think that this is a defensible project. I wanted to commend the applicant or the agent on the covering letter. I thought that gave a lot of detail and thought to how this kind of building can fit within the neighborhood and the development pattern. There was a good amount of analysis there, and it comforted me that this can fit into the neighborhood, I think, and there has been a decent amount of outreach from the owner to the neighbors. I think that the variances are minor, and I think this does fit the spirit of the Garden Suites bylaw, particularly because it's facing a street. That kind of context, that it's not just kind of wedged in between a bunch of houses, goes a long way to lessen its impacts, I think, and particularly because there is such a broad front yard on the front house. I would just for the record like to say that it's very helpful to see floor plans, and I think they are required by the planning department. So just as a note to applicants, that I think that would be appreciated for future applications. Regardless, I move approval of the application with no conditions.
Okay.
Is there a forestry? I have forestry written down.
Forestry, yeah. Forestry number 2.
Pardon me, I missed that. So yes, forestry 2.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, so I have a motion to approve the application, moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Clay. I do not support this application. I think there are too many variances. It's an overbuild. So I will be dissenting. So all in favor? So the application, oh, I'm sorry, I put my hand up by mistake. I'm dissenting. So all in favor, so that carries, and I dissented. Okay, so the application's approved. Item number 12, 16 Brule Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a revised site plan, we have a revised plan of survey and a revised site plan that we got in the supplemental agenda. One photograph of the north property line tree preservation plan from the agent. We have staff report from forestry. They're asking for condition number 1. Ravine and natural feature protection gave us an advisory report. We have correspondence in opposition from number 12, as well as the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, number 43, number 4, number 14, and 31 Brule Crescent. I am showing 4 opposition speakers. Do you have them all?
We have 3.
3? Okay. Well, let's start with the agent.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, if you can just identify yourself for the record. I've got 3 opposition speakers, and so I'll need you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Brad Netkin of Stamp Architecture. I'm the agent for the owner and architect. So I have met with the owners of both adjacent properties on January 10th and 13th. At the time, I did not receive any significant objections to our proposal. We discussed concerns relating to landscaping, hedges, and privacy. Lydia Bell commented that she thought the proposal was reasonable and that we would likely receive our approvals. I respect that upon further review, she may have other concerns. This is our rationale for the design of the building and the variances requested. We emphasize that we are not requesting any yard variances on this application. We are allowed to build the structure exactly where it sits and even larger. We're trying to minimize the environmental impacts in the ground, and in exchange, we are asking for some minor variances. We will first address variances 2 and 3 relating to height. We're proposing to maintain more or less the existing size of the building footprint and to maintain the same level below grade of the existing basement. We could excavate much more soil, occupy a 20% larger footprint in the ground, and dig a much deeper basement as of right. However, we do not want to over-excavate or displace the water table, which could have negative impacts on the property, adjacent properties, and this is an environmentally sensitive area. In exchange, we ask for some additional height to accommodate a home built to a 2023 standard of design and high quality. The ceiling heights of the main living areas are consistent with today's standards. The overall height of the building is not unreasonable. There are many examples of single-family dwellings in Bloor West and Toronto of up to 11 meters in height. There is no visible flat roof on the building, and the roof lines are in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw and the neighborhood context. With regard to shadowing and privacy, the structure is situated within the allowable yard setbacks. It's designed with a roof slope that minimizes shadowing and privacy, and the building is on the north side of number 14. So shadowing and privacy impacts on the neighbors due to the additional requested height is not a significant factor. To variance 4 GFA, the design retains the position of the existing building and extends the massing to look more like an addition than a new build. The roof lines are at 1 story at the front porch entry to match the existing. The same design using trusses instead of traditional hand framing and without the half-story floor area in the roof would result in a similar size and shape. It is well established that GFA beyond 35% density has been approved for residential properties throughout the city. There are houses on the street with up to 75% GFA and newer houses nearby with GFA beyond 35%. Regarding variance 1, access to the basement and secondary suites, there are 2 separate issues raised by this variance. First is access to the basement and who has the right of access, and second is the right to use a front yard. However, please note that the walkout is in the building setback. Primarily, the design is intended to accommodate a variety of living possibilities, more specifically a multi-generational home. In support of that, we've designed living space in the basement, and we are proposing an elevator which services all levels of the home. Although the planning department defines this as a secondary suite, we believe it could be used in a variety of ways, but will primarily function as a single-family home. The front yard of the property is in a park-like setting with mature trees and is a highly desirable, bright, sunny space, well set back from the street. We're proposing to use this area of the property functionally because it can provide a high-quality amenity to the residents. There's no bylaw preventing owners from using their front yards or having access to a basement in the front yard or having secondary suites. It is the internal organization of the home which is at issue here under the bylaw, not the physical building. We could eliminate the secondary suite and have the same living configuration in the basement and build a walkout in the front wall as of right. Or alternatively, we could delete the stair down to the basement and build the same walkout. And we can also build a patio in the front yard at grade and still occupy this same area. The objections raised regarding privacy, noise, and access to the secondary suite are not consistent with the reality of allowable configurations and uses a homeowner may be permitted on their private property. There is a city noise bylaw that applies to the entire property and should adequately protect neighbors from noise. The planner has not objected, but asked us to provide a landscape screen at the front of the walkout, and we have added that to the design. Finally, the property and neighborhood have extensive mature landscaping. We intend to enhance this. Along the north side of the property, the new foundation is 5 feet from the property line, where 3 feet is required in order to retain some mature hedges. We intend to maintain these hedges and everything else that we can in order to enhance the appeal and enjoyment of the property for the residents and neighbors. So in summary, the building massing is designed in the spirit of the new zoning bylaw with a sloped roof. 2.5-story houses are a well-established form of housing in the neighborhood and city. There's nothing unusual about this proposal in that regard. Media, politicians, and professionals are talking about densification and affordability, and in that spirit, we believe that our proposal is entirely reasonable and in keeping with current trends in the city given the location. We also note that there are no objections from the planning department. I believe that our variance requests are reasonable, minor, and within the intent of the bylaw and official plan. So thank you very much. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, I think we'll hold our questions till we hear from the opposition. I'll come back to you after we hear from them. Okay, do you have Mr. Singh?
Nicholas, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, committee members, Madam Chair. Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Group. The association is aware that Bill 23 has changed the nature of these hearings, and we're also aware that the procedures for the hearings, as read at the start this morning of the day, have not really changed. So as a result, the association is a bit ahead of the committee in our approach to these hearings. It's not that we've lost our minds. I apologize for this connect, but this is a situation that we have been served up. So I hope you'll stick with me while I get through this presentation. It's the position of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association Group that since Bill 23 has removed our right of appeal in this matter, the Committee of Adjustment now has a higher standard of vigilance in its proceedings, examination of evidence, and decision-making. In accordance with Section 16 of the Statutory Powers Procedures Act, the association is formally asking that the committee provide its decision with written decisions for its decision. We're also asking for the right to examine evidence and to ask questions for the purpose of assisting the committee in making its decision. I have 5 questions to put to the applicant, and perhaps, Madam Chair, you might consider if you want me to add them at the end of this presentation, or if you'll provide me another opportunity for that. The case before us, the applicant has stated that there are examples across the city which support their application. This is not sufficient for approval at the committee level now. We point out that the applicant must show that each of the variances meet all of the 4 tests, and failing to do so would oblige the committee to refuse the application. So section 4.1.5 of the official plan sets out a path that the developer must follow for determining the prevailing character of the neighborhood in which the proposed development is situated. The developer must look at the neighborhood as a whole, determine the broader and immediate contexts, consider the most frequently occurring form of physical characteristics, in particular but not exclusively the 9 categories mentioned, and propose a design that respects and reinforces the physical character of the neighborhood. That this is the test for the intent and purpose of the official plan. And I stress that presentation of past committee adjustment decisions is not sufficient as per the official plan to establish the prevailing character of the neighborhood. As the evidence presented by the applicant fails to demonstrate how the proposed variances respect and reinforce the prevailing physical characteristics of the neighborhood, that evidence also fails to test for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan and does not meet the requirement for approval. Turning specifically to the variances, variance 1, the bylaw at issue was worded specifically to address secondary suites in neighborhoods in a manner that prohibits this feature. I know that the applicant has said, well, we should be able to swap out things across different bylaws so that this should be permitted, but we don't believe that's the case. This is a specific bylaw written for this, and we believe that if this bylaw is set aside, no part of this bylaw is left. In other words, this bylaw is just simply set aside. It is not varied. And we believe that that does not fit the purpose of the bylaw. Also, it's required to respect and reinforce the character of the neighborhood, and the evidence before you doesn't show any of that. Variance number 2 and 3 are both for height, neither of which respect and reinforce the heights found in the neighborhood. Again, the evidence presented by the applicant goes across the city. It doesn't look at the neighborhood. Variance 4 more than doubles the FSI, and while there are some homes that have been granted extra FSI, they are in the minority and a long way from being recognized as the prevailing characters in the neighborhood. So when looked at together, variants 2, 3, and 4 are all in the service of a third floor. And again, third floors have not been shown to be found in the neighborhood. So collectively, the variances again fail to respect and reinforce the character of the neighborhood, and again, fail the tests for the bylaw and the official plan. So to sum up, variance 1 does irreparable harm to the intent and purpose of the bylaw and the official plan. Variances 2, 3, and 4 individually and collectively do not pass the 4 tests. We submit that the application should be refused. Now I do have the questions. I don't know if you want me to go through them here or if I would be given another opportunity.
No, I'm not in a position to change the way the process is.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
I said the process is what it has been.
So I'm not getting any audio at all.
Okay, I don't know why. Perhaps staff can look into it.
Still not.
How about now? No?
I can see you speaking, Madam Chair, but
Yeah.
again, I've got nothing
my mic
here.
is on, so I'm not
I haven't
sure.
changed my settings at all.
Nicholas, are you able to hear my voice?
Nope.
Can you hear ours?
I can hear you. Can you hear? Can you guys hear
Okay,
me?
well, I'll proceed with the questions. I don't have any direction. I haven't heard anything yet, but no, don't.
Hold on a second.
Uh,
1 minute.
I'm waiting, yes.
Okay. Panel members, can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay. It's bizarre.
I'm sorry, I saw you shaking your heads. I don't know if that's an indication to me to
No,
do something or
I'm
not.
just,
No,
we
okay.
just can't figure. Can you hear me? No.
He's on WebEx.
Mr. Singh, are you able to hear us at all?
Larry, can you ask him if he can hear you?
I did. I don't think he can. Mr. Singh, can you hear me?
No. Yeah.
What about me? Can you hear me, Mr. Singh?
Mr. Singh, we're going to try calling you to see if that will help. Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps maybe we can move on to the other registered speakers, and then we'll come back to Mr. Singh.
Okay. Do you have the next speaker?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Roberts? Hello?
You didn't unmute me. Yes, William Roberts. I'm a barrister and solicitor. I'm acting on behalf of Lydia Bell, who's the owner of 14 Brule Crescent. You're going to get more legalisms these days because of the change from Bill 13. The Statutory Powers and Procedure Act now becomes applicable. It was never applicable before because there was a right to a trial de novo. No longer a trial de novo. And what I'm asking for you to do is to provide written reasons. And I've quoted the section of the Statutory Powers and Procedure Act. Whether you do it now or not, sooner or later somebody is going to go to divisional court, and on the basis of no written analysis for your decision making, you will be overturned by the courts. So you can choose whatever you want to do. Having said that, I'm not going to spend much time on it. 2 quick points. The applicant referenced Bloor West Village. You're aware that Bloor West Village has presently a 10 meter, soon to be 11 meter height limit, whereas Swansea has a 9, soon to be a 10 meter height limit. If you point to Bloor West Village as a different zone, different category, it does not meet the immediate context. And the issue is the immediate context. The applicant has provided 0 evidence as to secondary entrances along Brule Crescent, which is the immediate context. There are none of what he's describing. For whatever reason, the Buildings Department have treated this as a secondary suite, and frankly, I don't care what he says. There's no guarantee that a year or 2 years or 5 years from now, it will not be converted into a secondary suite. So that becomes the issue. I was around when the bachelorette problem happened. The requirement for not having a second door was a curative provision, and that has continued to survive since about the late 70s into the early 80s. And no evidence has been given as to why the intent of the bylaw can be met by the applicant, and that's critical. More importantly is the large amenity area that appears to be primarily for the secondary suite. If you look at the photos that I've provided, there are bedrooms in my client's house that are overlooking this amenity suite and will be directly impacted by any noise generated by that amenity. Unlike, say, a standard front porch related to the primary dwelling, it may or may not always be used, but it's unlikely the primary activities will be at that point. If this becomes a secondary suite, the sole area for people living in that suite to get fresh air and have a barbecue will be that amenity area, which is quite large. And for that reason, there is a problem. Planning has talked about screening for the street, but that does not resolve my client's issue where the amenity suite can look directly towards the bedroom. There is no screening, no noise abatement. And so because of the fact the secondary suite is tied into this large amenity area, it's not appropriate or desirable for the site. It doesn't fit the prevailing characteristics of the area. And also, there's the whole issue, I've cited the various parts of the official plan dealing with privacy. There has been no sensitivity in this plan. It's for that reason that I don't view particularly variance 1 as being minor or meeting the other 3 tests. In addition, Under 5613 of the official plan, you need planning justification to go above the height and the density. What the applicant has not done is provided you with any data of the immediate context as to what the prevailing densities are and what the prevailing heights are. And for that reason, he has not provided sufficient evidence for you to approve variance 1. So on that basis alone, at least variance 1 should be denied. The other variances, because they're interrelated to variance 1, become problematic. And I leave it to you to figure out how you want to handle this, but I am insisting you provide written reasons. Whether you do or not is up to you. Whether my client chooses to go for judicial review or not is up to them. But sooner or later, somebody before you will go to court. That's my presentation. I've attached the appropriate bylaws and official plan policies. I'm not going to walk through them. You should have had sufficient time to read them. My concern basically is this. One of your procedures is to receive documentation after the period for people to file their materials. The problem with that is, as a trier of fact, you should not consider anything that was not sufficiently available for those people who are speaking either in favor or against an item to review it and decide whether or not they want to get contrary evidence. Basically, the old rules are now out, and you have to start behaving like proper triers of fact, making sure you consider nothing which was not before the last filing date and should really actually be filed when the application comes in, including a planning letter in support of it.
Okay,
Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Any questions for the speaker panel members? Okay, seeing none.
We've been unable to reach Norman and Maureen Rankin. They were here earlier, but we haven't been able to contact them again.
How about the final one?
Hi there.
Hi, can I just get you to state your name and your address for the record, and then we'll reset the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks so much. My name's Andrea Beitel. My family lives at 9 Brule Crescent, just across the street and down a ways from the subject property. I'm not here necessarily to be in complete opposition with this project. There are many new builds and substantial renovations that have been approved through Committee of Adjustments on this stretch. Large homes, 2.5-story homes. I myself live in a 3-story home, so I'm not going to oppose that sort of thing. However, I think that the agent for the owner might be hard-pressed to find any specific examples of a front walkout to a secondary suite situation in the area. And that's somewhat concerning to me. I mean, as far as Lydia's concerns go, we haven't discussed them directly, but I know that if I was looking straight down into that setup, as Bill Roberts suggested, if that's used as an amenity area, that would be seriously out of keeping with what's available in the neighborhood currently. And again, not against secondary suites. I believe we need that for multi-generational use and also for middle housing. But the front of house entrance is different from the norm. I believe that allowing that could be precedent setting in our neighborhood.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Were you able to get Mr. Singh again?
Nicholas,
Hello, yes, I'm available on the phone.
Mr. Singh, are you there?
I'm available by phone. I'm getting your audio by phone, yes.
Okay, so you can hear me now? All right, basically,
Yes, I can.
I'm not in a position, I understand there's a lot of concerns surrounding some of the changes that the province put forward, but I'm not in a position to change the process. That's going to be up to the people that run the planning department. And certainly, that's up for discussion with associations like yourself and Mr. Roberts, who also brought up a lot of good points. What I am willing to give you, if you can, in about a minute, if you can just put out there what did you say, 5 questions you had? If you can condense it so that at least the applicant can address your concerns.
Yes, I can do that with 1 minute. That's not a problem.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yes. Okay. In compliance with the official plan 4.1.5, does the applicant have any evidence that demonstrates what the physical characteristics of both the broader and immediate neighborhood contexts are? B, evidence that demonstrates which context applies in this case. C, evidence that compares the number of homes in the suggested context with the number of homes exhibiting the same variances as the ones requested. 4, evidence that demonstrates that the requested variances are present in sufficient numbers in the broader and immediate neighborhood context to be deemed prevailing. And 5, evidence that the variances individually and collectively reinforce and support the physical characteristics of both the broader and immediate contexts. The requested evidence is aimed at establishing, whether or not it applies with the official plan and zoning. We believe the applicant hasn't filed that yet, and if the applicant is able to provide that for us now, we would request the opportunity to examine that evidence and to respond to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, for keeping that almost to a minute. So I'm going to go to the agent, and hopefully you'll get some answers to your questions.
Yes. Yes. Hi. Thank you for all the comments. As far as evidence goes, what I would say is there's nothing that I could submit in this moment to the committee or to anyone. So yes, we've submitted the plans, the design, all the requirements of the planning department and the committee to weigh the evidence. I've made my presentation. I don't really believe simply that this house is an anomaly in the neighborhood. It's a fairly conventional in terms of its design, and I think we do meet the standards required for the committee to grant these variances.
Okay. Well, that's everything then. That in response to the issues that were raised, or is there anything else you want to add before I go to questions?
Well, like I say, there's no evidence or anything that I can put forward on paper as it has been requested in front of you at this moment. So I stand by my presentation, and I stand by the design of my requests, and I'm asking you to weigh what is in front of you, and that's all I can ask. Thank you very much.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, I thought I heard you in your initial presentation suggest that there are no immediate plans for a secondary suite. Is that?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. We're asking for the secondary suite. We believe that this house would function like, for example, like I said, a multi-generational home. There may be, parents or children living in the basement. But ultimately, it's up to the residents to decide how to use the house. My point is simply we could eliminate the wall in the basement and make it an open plan, and it would function exactly the same way. And if this is what everyone's objection is, I believe, well, that's fine. If we're asking for the variance because we're being upfront about it, but if you feel that it's not appropriate, and everyone is in opposition, we don't need to do the secondary suite, but we do want to utilize and maximize the front yard, and we believe we have a right to do that. So in other words, we're just asking you this is what we're put forward, and this is what we believe is appropriate. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, maybe this is the same, I'm going to get the same answer you just gave. But so with respect to variance number 1, which
Yeah.
is one of my concerns because this would definitely be setting precedent on that street.
Right.
Was any consideration given to building that entrance to the inside so that it's not at all coming like visible to the outside?
Well, actually, again, we believe that it would function as a single-family home. Ultimately, the stairs are internal, so we could, frankly, like I say, if this is very controversial, we'll delete the stair down to the walkout, and we'll delete the secondary suite if that's what you want. But we believe that we have the right to build a walkout. It's within the building setback, and it's an amenity. We want to have quality living space that includes the basement. So we're not fighting for the secondary suite. We're talking about just the quality of space and the use of the property in a manner which is beneficial to the residents. So a side door or what have you, that's not really what our design is about.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure, thanks, Chair. I know this area quite well. It's characterized by kind of windy roads and variations in elevation all throughout. So there isn't really one kind of consistent height characteristic for this neighborhood. And I did know one of the people that called in did note that there are several 2.5 and 3-story dwellings in there. So I'm not fussed about the height and the size of the. I mean, this is a really kind of an interesting enclave that we're seeing a lot of redevelopment in, not surprisingly. I am sympathetic to those who are concerned about the front basement walkout. I would agree. I don't think this neighborhood at all, or any of the streets in this little enclave, have any kind of front basement walkouts, unlike many of the streets in the more central areas of the city where it is quite common. So I think that this one would be uncharacteristic and would, in fact, as we've heard from many of the speakers, create a negative impact on the street and the surrounding neighbors. So I'm supportive of the application with the exception of variance number 1. So I will support it, but I won't be supporting variance number 1. So Peter, I don't know if you have a view on that?
Yeah, well, I would support the application in its entirety. I think the screening of that basement access makes a difference, I think, in terms of the impact on the neighborhood. I agree it's not common in the neighborhood at all, but I think that if it's screened, I don't see what the negative impact of that would be. So that's where I'm sitting.
Okay, well, let's see how this goes. Chair, unless you want to weigh in, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'm happy.
Do you want to weigh in?
I'm happy to weigh in. I'm actually in line with your thinking. I will not support variance number 1 because I do think it's setting a new precedent. I understand a hedge has been, placed in front of it, but once one is there, I think it will change the character on the street. There's other ways to get access to the secondary suite. It's really about the basement walkout here. So I won't be supporting variance number 1 either.
So we'll try this as a motion, Chair. I will move approval of this application with the exception of variance number 1, which I would move that we refuse. And that the application is subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Clay, and I guess I'll be seconding it. So all in favor, So that motion carries and Mr. Reed dissents. Okay, so the application is approved with refusal of variance number 1. And I want to thank everybody for their input. Item number 13, 2295 Gerard Street East. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from the applicant, an encroachment report from M&M Design Consultings, permeable surface details prepared by M&M Design Consultants. We have a staff report from Forestry, and I forgot to write down which one it is here. No, Forestry number 2. And correspondence in support from 2297 Gerard, which is next door. Okay, I don't show any opposition speakers on this one. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, you do.
And you
Can
are?
you hear? Jonathan Mackay.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
And you're speaking on behalf of the owner?
Yes, I am.
All right. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay.
Okay.
We don't have any questions. Is there anything you want to tell us that's not in the submissions before we go into committee?
No, I'm okay. I think try to put everything in the submission.
Okay. And you're aware of the forestry condition?
Yes, I am. Item number 2.
Okay, great. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I want to thank the applicant for the level of detail in the submissions. I think that was helpful to understand what happened and why it happened. I have concerns about the rear yard soft landscaping, but I think that, I mean, part of the issue is the existence of the artificial turf instead of vegetation, but it does permit water to go through and drain through into the ground. And I think that the other variances related to the structures, the trellis counts as a structure, but it's really doesn't function as a structure in terms of impact. So I'd move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition 2.
Okay, do you second, Mr. Clay? Okay, so all in favor for that motion? That carries unanimously. The next item is item number 14, 70 Torrens Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a tree inventory plan. We have 3 variances before us, and I only show the agent as speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Joe, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, can you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Joseph Mazzatelli.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions, panel members? No? Okay, Mr. Mazzatelli, we have no questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add that is not in the submissions?
Just that it is minor variances and it's desirable and it's appropriate, and that we hope you support it.
Well, let's find out. Okay, we're in committee.
Chair, I'm happy to move this. I would agree with them. I think it is very minor, and this area can quite appropriately accommodate secondary suites. I think the additions being asked for are very modest. I would agree with the applicant that this is an extremely minor application. I'm happy to move approval with no conditions.
Okay, and you're seconding, Mr. Reed, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 15, 138 Seton Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And we had email correspondence from Heritage Planning. I don't believe they had any concerns. We have 3 variances before us. Do you have the speaker?
I haven't been able to reach the second speaker.
Okay. Can I have the agent then?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Good afternoon. What's your name, sir?
My name is Jamshed Durrani.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? No? Okay, we don't have any questions, sir. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Reid.
Thanks, Chair. The front yard soft landscaping, it's huge percentages that are being asked for, but I think the effect of them it's really just a couple square meters. And it's really reflecting an existing condition. So in that case, because we're talking about just a few square meters, I think this is acceptable. And the step back for the stairs is also very minor. So I think this is a supportable application. I move approval with no conditions.
Okay, motion to approve moved by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 16, 273 Lee Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 form letters in support from 277 as well as 271, which is adjacent. And we have 1 variance before us. Do I have the agent on the line?
Deanne, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is Dejan Očiček, and I'm the agent of the homeowner.
Okay, you're the agent for 273 Lee Avenue?
Yes, I am.
Sir, I have somebody else listed here, Rick Bongers.
Rick Bogners, yeah, unfortunately, he had some health issues, and we talked to the planning department. We added myself a few days ago.
Okay.
So
well,
I think it should be
that's fine. If can you just spell your name and so I can have the correct
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
First name Dejan, last name Ocicek.
Okay. So I don't think we need a presentation. Let me see if the panel need have any questions. Okay, sir, I think we're ready to take this into committee. We have no questions. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I'm okay.
You're okay? All right. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. I think this again is an extremely minor variance request. It's only for a front yard setback to deal with the front yard, the front addition to this dwelling. And looking at houses on the street, the front yards are quite generous. So I don't think a small variance in the front yard setback would have any measurable impact on the streetscape or the neighbors. So I think it's quite supportable. I'll move approval with no conditions.
Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reid. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 17, 61 Seymour Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 2 photographs of trees on the property, presentation materials from the agent, as well as a map of Metrolinx construction in the area. We have a staff report from Planning and Development, TTC. I believe they're asking for some conditions, and correspondence from 92 Shudell in support. And I have 4 speakers. Do you have them? Which ones do you have? So the Coste and Karen at the end. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go with the agent.
Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Andrew Miskey from AM Design Build Inc., located at 347 James Street in Toronto. I'm the applicant for 61 Seymour Avenue in East York. It's a corner lot backing onto PTC rail yard, and it's within walking distance of the Bloor Danforth line and the proposed Ontario line. So we're proposing a typical 3-story, 4-unit stacked townhouse with a 2-car garage for EV charging in the back. Our goal is to make this house as close to net zero as possible while maintaining affordability for the rental units. The owner also owns a property adjacent to this one to the south, 59. So there's no opposition from that property. We have support from community planning, and the house is within the proposed permitted max. It's within the proposed max height allowed. We're not proposing any balconies on this project. And there are 13 variances. The 2 big ones are the pair of main wall heights and the density. And I've provided a map with comparable FSIs on page E4. And that shows that we're pretty much in line with what has been approved recently in the area for density. For variance number 1, the pair of main walls, we're proposing 10.45. The current allowed height in this area is 11 meters. So we're more than half a meter less than the max allowed height. But because we're a modern flat roof construction, the pair of main walls is higher than what's permitted. I can walk through the minor nature.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I can walk through the other variances if required.
It's
They're all
up to
pretty
you.
minor.
You basically have one objector, so you have 3 minutes left if there's anything else you'd like to, bring up.
Right. So for variance number 2, the permitted size of a single detached family home is larger than multi-unit. So we're proposing the same depth as a single family detached home that's permitted of 17 meters, in addition to the setback to the north. In terms of backyard rainwater, so we are on a corner property. There is a 10-foot strip of grass behind us and a PTC rail yard. The garage itself has to be large because we have to accommodate the owner's electric vehicle. And we need space for chargers, batteries, and the solar panel system on the garage and on the house. And that's it for me if you have any questions.
Okay, we'll hold our questions till we hear from the speakers. Can I have Karen first?
Okay,
Thanks.
but first you'll have to unlock your device.
What? That's mine. How I didn't touch it. That's bizarre. I have a new phone and I don't know how the thing operates half the time.
Karen, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
I can. If you could just state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, sure. So Karen Norton, 57 Seymour Avenue. I'm the owner of the home and a couple doors down from this project.
Alrighty, so go ahead. We'll start the clock now.
Okay, so simply put, I have huge concerns with the proposed change at this development. Concern number 1, this is not just a minor variance as stated in the documents, not only in build, which is massive, but the density impact to the neighborhood and the residential street parking situation. This change has an impact to the area that goes far beyond the property borders. The current property is a single-family dwelling and is being proposed as a multi-unit dwelling, but parking concerns have not been addressed in the plans. The plans show 4 units, but only 2 parking spaces. This doesn't cover the possibility of every unit having at least 1 vehicle, if not more, and it's naive to think that there won't be additional vehicles. The fact there's only a 2-car garage means overflow onto street parking that is already critically oversubscribed. I might also point out it's going from a 3 three parking garage to two. This proposed development increases density, but the ancillary infrastructure such as street parking availability is not keeping pace with these types of property changes. For example, all vehicles with handicap parking permits do not have to register with the city for a parking permit, so the city doesn't account for these vehicles when they look at available parking, nor does the city tend to consider the fact that the fire hydrants are all on the street parking side of the street, nor are family and friends with vehicles that stay over also, they're not factored into the availability of parking. So the city says there's available parking, but they're not taking a street-by-street approach, nor are they taking into account the examples I have referenced. I have submitted further issues related to parking with pictures, literally crammed in, and in often cases bumper to bumper. Concern number two, as mentioned, this is not a minor variance related to the build. The density, length, height, and overall footprint of this proposed change is massive compared to the structures in this area. The structure overwhelms the property and is dramatically inconsistent with properties in the neighborhood, as well as I, plus my direct neighbors, will look straight into this full-length building spanning the property. This is a huge overbuild and is no way consistent in size and style with the other homes in the area. Concern three. What is also concerning is the current property has a good chunk of open space for rainwater absorption and overall good climate policy. The proposed new dwelling takes up almost the entire property, including the garage, which, so, you know, where is the stormwater mitigation the city is always referencing, as well as a healthy climate ecology stewardship? This plan doesn't address that. Concern four, this property used to have a lot of trees. The trees pictured in those documents are trees that are on TTC property behind us. Those are not trees on the property. The trees that used to be on the property have been systematically removed over the years, but I don't even see any new trees added in this plan. And concern five, you know, I'm deeply disappointed in the lack of engagement with the neighborhood regarding this project. Most of us only found out about this, you know, when the notice went out. So there was no, you know, availability to even speak about this development ahead of time. You know, and just to sum it up, committees are the groups approving these developments, but aren't necessarily the people living in these neighborhoods, so they don't have to live with the impact of these changes. The city also talks about trees in the environment and stormwater runoff, yet allows developments where trees are torn down and not replaced, and properties are practically paved over in their entirety. Development is a reality of life, but neighborhood issues aren't being properly addressed. This project needs to go back to the drawing board and take into account the neighborhood and its issues, as well as the environment, and a detailed parking review and assessment of the neighborhood needs to be done by the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker panel members? Seeing none, do you have Costain? Thanks.
Costain, you have been unmuted.
Hi, Costain? Johnson? Okay, try. Okay, so we lost them then. All right, Mr. Miskiv, and the other two you couldn't reach either, right? All right. Okay, Mr. Miskiv? Hello?
Hi.
Hi, can you speak to the issues raised, please?
Yes. So Ms. Costain was in support of the application.
Yep, I know, but
yeah. So the five items that the neighbor to the south mentioned. So the current garage is 3-car garage, but it's in such poor condition and undersized. We can't realistically fit more than 2 spots on site. In terms of protected trees, so there is a TDCR behind us, and there is a 10-foot strip of grass behind the property, which is fenced off. It does have trees. The urban forestry is requiring us to plant 5 new trees on the property or within the neighborhood. So the owner does want to plant trees for shading to reduce the impact of heat from the sun. So we are planting trees on the property. We just haven't decided where. Most likely in the side yard. In terms of parking, we're providing the 2 spots within the garage, and the cars can actually fit in the garage comfortably. So we don't plan on having people park outside the garage. In terms of community engagement, I'm not sure what extent the owner spoke to all the neighbors, but he has spoken to neighbors regarding this project. And no one's reached out to me with concerns yet. And I did see the one opposition letter from Karen, I think it was yesterday that it was uploaded. And in terms of the density issue that she brought forward, it is in line with the neighborhood approvals. And we are close to both Metrolinx and to the Bloor Danforth line. So it is very easy to access public transit. And we're providing 4 high quality rental units to the community.
Okay.
And that's all.
All right. Any questions, panel members? Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions. I know you just mentioned planting 5 trees, and I didn't see an urban forestry report. So if you could just clarify that a bit, and as well in regard to the rear yard soft landscaping. I know on your site plan you're saying that the driveway to the garage will be retained.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that's really the case. It looks like that pavement is in not great shape. And if you have considered maybe permeable pavers on the pathways to kind of make up for that deficit. Thanks.
We can repave that rear driveway if needed. It probably is in poor condition. In terms of permeable pavers, yeah, we can include those as well.
Okay, thanks. And sorry, the other question about the trees and the forestry conversations you've had.
Right. So there was a tree on the property on the side yard that forestry required us to remove. And we are required to replant 5 new trees in its place. So the owner's plan is to plant them along the side yard with of course approval from forestry. But we did receive a permit to remove that tree, and every other tree on property was smaller than protected size.
Okay, so the urban forestry conditions are just on a parallel process. It's not.
Yeah, but we've gone to forestry. It's been a process.
Okay, understand. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. I was glad to hear that the applicant would consider improving the soft landscaping. Well, not necessarily soft landscaping, but the level of paving on the application. I think that this is it's an aggressive building, but I think it's really positive in terms of where it's located in its context, being on the north end of a block. The impacts of it are lessened in terms of shadowing, and it's been sensitively designed to avoid overlook into yards. I think it does provide large, well-designed units, and this is needed in the city. I think this is a good application. So I'm going to move approval of the application subject to the TTC condition. And I'd like to add a condition that the driveway to the garage be constructed with permeable pavers, as well as the 2 pathways running on the north side of the building, that they be constructed with permeable pavers as well.
Okay, so that motion's moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay. Item number 18, 92 Amelia Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice, site statistics from the agent, email correspondence from Heritage. They're asking for their standard condition, staff report. We had another staff report from Urban Design, Heritage City Planning, and we have support from number 90, which is adjacent. Only show the agent as a speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
You do. It's Monica Kuhn. Can you hear me?
I can. I
Great.
don't think we need a presentation, Monica. Let me see if there are any questions for you. No? Okay, we don't have any questions. We're ready to go into committees. Is there anything you want to add before we do so?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that there were one of the variances has been dropped because of the changes in overall height.
Oh,
due to
which one? I didn't have anything noted in my notes here.
the original variance, there are now only 4 variances. The original top number 1,
Yeah.
the main wall height is now, the maximum permitted is 10.5. So we at 10.11, so that's been,
So we delete
and
variance
that-
number 1 from the notice? Okay.
yes, and you have an updated zoning notice that reflects that.
Okay.
So you can see there's only 4 there, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Okay. So we would be looking at this then as amended with the heritage condition that you're aware of, I guess. Are you?
I am aware, yep.
Okay. Anything else? You
Nope.
wanna- Okay.
I think the introductory letter is, it says it all.
Okay. We're in,
Just a-
commi- we're in, co- yeah.
Sorry,
David,
Chair, just a question about the second and third floor decks. Are they, what's the treatment? Is there any screening on those?
There are railings, just standard railings at the moment. We do have a higher privacy screen between the 2 neighbors on the 3rd floor. There's an existing deck up there already at number 90. Actually, yes, I do show, even on the 2nd floor deck, that there's privacy screening to number 90.
And 90 is the adjacent semi?
Adjacent attached, yes.
What about the other side?
They have a solid wall right beside us, so we're not looking into their backyard.
Even on the 3rd story?
Yep.
Okay.
2-story frame dwelling, so we're looking up onto the roof.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we'll take it into committee.
Hang on a sec, Chair. Just trying to
Yep,
find
Sure.
the 3rd floor balcony.
Drawing A7.
Right. So you've got it screened on one side, but not the other. And you're saying that the side it's not screened on isn't an issue with the next door neighbor because there's a blank wall there.
And a roof.
Okay, so there's no, in your estimation, there's no overlook concerns.
No.
Okay.
The neighboring house on the east side is set back quite a bit compared to our house.
Set back from the side yard line?
No, from the front. So the mass of the house is pushed back from the front. So you can see the shaded area there where our deck is still their house.
Ah, right, okay.
And just Larry, those number 90 is also in support.
Yeah, I got that. I was more thinking about the other side, the non-attached
I
house.
see. Okay.
That was just my concern. I'm just trying to figure out, but I think you're right. I think that house appears to be go deeper. Okay.
Okay, so we're in committee then. And you're up, Larry.
Yeah, I didn't have any problems with this one. I was mostly concerned about, as we discussed, the third floor deck, but I think I'm convinced that there really isn't any significant overlook concerns. Again, I think that this proposal overall is modest. I don't think it would have any impact. The fact that they've got the adjacent semi on side is obviously a good thing. I think it fits well within the streetscape and the neighborhood. So I think it's a supportable application. I'll move approval subject to the heritage condition.
And also as amended with variance 1 being deleted.
Correct. Number 1. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so that motion's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 19, 133 Fern Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the property, garage rear setback drawing from the agent, a tree site plan from the agent, and a 7-signature petition by owners and occupants of properties on Fern and Garden Avenue. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, committee members. My name is Bart Soki. I'm the architect and agent.
Okay, I don't believe we need a presentation. Do we have any questions for the agent? Panel members? No? Okay, sir, we're ready to take this into committee. We have no questions. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, I think what we've provided covers everything.
Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Reed.
Thanks, Chair. There's only 2 variances being requested, and they both are minor. The addition to the house is really not a major change from what's there now, and it's clear from the materials that the applicant has considered the structure, the garage in the laneway, and even though it's 0 meters, it's only for a portion of the site, and I think it meets the spirit of the bylaw. So I move approval of the application with no conditions.
Okay, are you seconding, Larry? Yep. Okay, so motion to approve moved by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Our final item this morning is 113 Hatherley Road, which is item number 20. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have an arborist report from Davy Resource Group. We received presentation materials in our supplemental last night, and Forestry is asking for condition number 1. I only show the agent as a speaker. So do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marco Vieira. I'm the agent and the designer for this application.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay.
I think I'm going to sound like a bit of a broken record here, but again, screening on the second and third balcony, rear balconies?
Through you, Madam Chair, we are proposing screening on the westerly side of the balconies on the second and third floor. Easterly side has the stairs that goes down to grade, so we didn't think we needed to put it on that side. But if you do require it, we are a little bit longer than the house to the east of us. We would have no objection to that. We add some screening beside the railing or the guardrail before we get to the stairs going down to the second floor.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Just because there is an issue of overlook there, I think. So I think that would be appropriate.
So what side are
Okay.
we adding it on then?
On the easterly side, on the third floor.
All right. Any other questions, panel members? No? Mr. Clay, are you okay? Any questions?
Yeah, I'm fine,
You're
Chair.
okay?
Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we're ready to take it into committee. Anything you want to add, Mr. Vieira?
Oh, Madam Chair, I think the provided materials, just wanted to clarify that we are keeping those existing trees in the front. We did propose or provided a rendering to show the house to scale. Most of the third floor is going to be screened by the existing trees, which we intend on keeping as we're not doing any foundation work in the front. I believe the proposal with the changing neighborhood, and I ask you to approve the application as presented.
All righty, let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair. I think this one as well is a fairly straightforward and not uncommon new structure for this neighborhood. There are several homes on this street and adjacent streets would appear to be similar height and similar massing. So I don't think it would be inconsistent, and it wouldn't, I don't believe, have any negative impact on the adjacent neighbors. And I think the variances overall are collectively fairly minor. So I think it's a supportable application. I'm prepared to move approval subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, and
screening. And the screening on the second and third rear balconies, both sides.
Okay, so we have I believe it's on the east side. I think the screening's already showing on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so the conditions for screening on the east side, third floor, and forestry number 1, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Reed to approve the application. All in favor? Okay, motion carries. So this concludes the morning session at 1:47. I'm thinking we should break till 2:30. That should give us enough time. Okay, so I'm sorry we're a little delayed, but not too bad. We'll be back for the afternoon session at 2:30. I'm ready when you are. Yeah. 30 seconds? Okay.